Chapter 581. Sunlight Hunting 1. Chijijijijik. I begin to perceive my surroundings through my hazy mind. I regain my senses. Already six suns have formed. It seems about 6 million years have passed. For 6 million years, I was completely enthralled by the poison of light, becoming nothing more than a machine instinctively spewing out stars. What a truly terrifying being. That existence called light. I need to regain my senses right now. I quickly focus my consciousness to clear my mind. Yet, for some reason, not only my body but even my will refuses to move as I command. What is this? I cannot move. Even though I have reached the realm of a true immortal, my immortal body stiffens as if poisoned by a powerful venom, rendering me unable to move at will. My body is focused solely on producing light. Panicked, I try to reclaim control over my own body, but it is futile. Wu Wang. My body remains dazed, mechanically creating new fixed stars just like the poison of light orders it to. Chijijijijik. A silver-white light begins to emerge in my hands. And within that light, I seem to glimpse a silver-white snake biting its tail. As soon as I see that snake symbol, my mind becomes blank again, and I feel as if my consciousness is being consumed by the light. No, with just my will alone, I can't break free. If this continues, I grit my teeth. But just then, as I gaze at the silver-white snake, someone comes to mind. The face of the one I had briefly unmasked. Yes, Young Ai's face flashes through my head. Wu Wang. The moment I recall her face, the poison of light inexplicably seems to weaken. Young Ai. I see. When I think of Young Ai's face, the light weakens. As expected, the lights of the Radiance 10 heavens are the Radiance 10 heavenly lords. In other words, connected to the Radiance 8 immortals of the present. However, while it becomes easier to maintain my consciousness, my body remains addicted to the light, endlessly generating more of it. This won't do. I need another method. Just then, this energy. I flinch in surprise at the presence of a familiar energy emanating from somewhere. It is evil, the authority of the sinister devilish path. The treacherous stench of blood and the scent of corpses. The fragrance of the great mountain supreme deity's corpse mountain blood seizes my mind. This is GWAKM. No, if it were GWAKM, they would never forgive the pathetic me who is being controlled by light. They would have called me pathetic as soon as they saw me and killed me on the spot. The use of this corpse mountain blood sea is. Realizing who has intruded upon this space with the energy of corpse mountain blood sea, my eyes snap open. Oh High Co is extending her power into this space-time. I see. 6 million years have passed, so the others must have grown significantly stronger as well. I rack my head. Why on earth would Oh High Co extend corpse mountain blood sea here? To devour me? How persistent. If her realm has risen this much, she should have realized that the great mountain supreme deity's words were lies. But regardless, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me. Corpse mountain blood sea fundamentally rejects light. Perhaps it is because GWAKM's will, which rejects Radiance Hall, is deeply embedded within it. Thus, if I were to use that corpse mountain blood sea, I might be able to escape the light's poisoning through the principle of fighting poison with poison. What I need right now is information. Directly facing my consciousness and immortal body that refuse to move as I will, I begin repentant. Enlightenment. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. Wo Wang. As I recite the phenomena extinguishing mantra, the sensation in my body begins to return, albeit slowly. T's. Though I do not immediately regain my physical body, my senses begin to return. I can see. The planes of chi, soul, and fate become vividly readable. I read through history, grasping the current situation. And then, I realize what is happening. Damn it. Filling the heavens governing view is sealing all advancements. At this rate, I won't be able to do anything. This can't be. This can't do. I need someone who pierced through my filling the heavens governing view. Someone. As I read through history, I suddenly uncover an unexpected truth. Yohi, Ham Jin, Yuhi. They are making plans to destroy the results of my Radiance 10 heavens. I see. You all, even if it means joining hands with Oh High Co, are working hard to regain my mind. I feel like crying. It's been 6 million years. 6 million years. Even Banta, who had been stuck in the purple gold realm for 500,000 years, whined about how hard it was. Yet these three have been trapped in this suffocating world for more than 12 times that duration, struggling to save me. At their loyalty, that can't even be compared to the Weiner Banta, I inwardly bite my lips. I swear, I make a vow here and now. I swear, at the very least, I will not let you be unhappy. This is my oath, to those who have sworn loyalty to me. To at least my subordinates, no matter how many lifetimes pass and no matter what I must do, I will strive to grant them what they desire. ... Of course, I still need to stop Yohi from kidnapping people and making them die from excessive pleasure. I will not forget you. Jijik. Engraving their heart into my chest, I begin using the phenomena extinguishing mantra with all my strength to resist the poison of light. I will definitely escape from this poison. And I will step beyond this spacetime of emptiness. Hamjin lets out a sigh. Goo. Before he realizes it, 7 million years have passed. His master shows no signs of regaining his mind. With Ohai Seo's help, they have tried time and time again to secretly detonate the fixed stars. But it is impossible, though all three of them are at the sacred vessel stage and thus capable of using some level of immortal arts, their mere immortal arts alone cannot break through the immortal art of the crystal glass being Seo Unyun. Filling the heavens governing view. A powerful and cruel immortal art that fixes all outcomes to failure. Built upon Seo Unyun's countless failures, that immortal art is unbreakable no matter what they try. The one aiding them, Ohai Seo, also regards filling the heavens governing view with the greatest caution and fear, exhausting every effort to find its weakness, but it proves impossible. Hamjin feels as if he is wandering through a hazy fog. Even by creating a prophetic star and offering it as a sacrifice to summon Ohai Seo's sincere single strike, the result was the same. Seo Unyun, poisoned by the venom of light, so effortlessly shattered Ohai Seo's single strike with the power of filling the heavens governing view. Not once has any of their attacks even properly reached Seo Unyun's fixed star. Hamjin feels himself growing anxious. The 7 fixed stars that have at some point risen to the sky. The 7th sun emits a silver-white light, dyeing the crystal glass realm. Moreover, the situation in the crystal glass realm is gradually worsening. There are 7 fixed stars. Though Seo Unyun has created stellar systems, he holds these stellar systems in place with attraction force with him at the center, preventing them from straying far away from him. Because of this, the crystal glass realm is growing increasingly cramped as new planets and fixed stars continue to be born. Of course, the very act of living is not an issue, as Yohi, Hamjin, and Yuhi, all at the sacred vessel stage, carefully manage everything. However, even they cannot completely block the light. Gradually, the world is heating up. While the attraction force of the fixed stars does not cause any harm, the light, heat, and solar winds continuously emitted from the fixed stars are warming the crystal glass realm. Yuhi is creating countless gemstones that absorb heat to lower the temperature, but that alone is the limit. If teacher creates another sun, from that point on, it will truly become difficult to bear. It will get noticeably hotter. Senior Yohi and I will try our best to guide the seas and ice ages, but, in the end, most planets will start turning into deserts. Yuhi is creating heat-absorbing minerals, and Yohi is bringing forth ice ages to counter Seo Unyun's light and heat as much as possible to protect the living beings. But that is all they can do. At this rate, do I have to watch all the living beings teacher has brought into existence go extinct under teacher's light? Hamjin lands on a planet within the crystal glass realm and lets out a deep sigh. With his eyes lifeless, he slumps onto a rock and gazes at the ground. Even if it's Hamjin, who has the confidence to not yield against any external pressure. Against the madness of Seo Unyun, whom he regards as his teacher, under that unending light of insanity, he feels as though he might give up. Just as Hamjin sags down, about to sink into bleak thoughts. Mister, what are you doing here? Hamjin looks down at a young child tugging at his collar. Sucking on his fingers, the child gazes up at Hamjin under the scorching sunlight. He strokes the child's head and replies, It's just, someone who is like my father is very sick. Hyok, really, here, this is a herb I picked. Please take it with you. The child extends a handful of grass growing nearby with tiny hands. Hamjin chuckles and shakes his head. Thank you, but that person isn't sick in body. He is sick in heart. This won't be able to heal him. He sighs and pats the child's back before smiling. I appreciate the thought, but it's okay. Go home now. Yes, okay, then I'll go home and bring some different medicine. No, before Hamjin can stop him. The little child scurries off, running towards the village where his home is. Curing his teacher afflicted with madness. It's a child's naive fantasy. But Hamjin smiles as he watches that innocence. The next day arrives. The child brings yet another herb. I'm sorry, but I don't think this one will work either. Then I'll bring a different one tomorrow. It's alright, my teacher is. Not listening to Hamjin's words, the child continues bringing herbs. The next day, the day after that, and the day after that. The child does not give up. And so, time passes. The child has become a boy. Mr. Hamjin, I came again today. You've come again. The villagers say I'm crazy. That I come up to an empty rock every day to talk and play. Ha ha ha, mister, are you a ghost? Who knows, I may being that only those with a pure heart can see. Aha, so you were an immortal. Hamjin bursts into hearty laughter. An immortal, huh, no, I'm not an immortal, just a disciple of one. I knew it, there had to be a reason you never aged even after all these years. Anyway, mister, I've realized it. What is it? That teacher mister talks about. Regular herbs won't heal him, right? You've realized it, at last. Haha, that's right, my teacher can't be healed with herbs. Only by eliminating the root cause will he recover. Hamjin lifts his head and looks up at the sunlight. What's the root cause? Sunlight, it's the sunlight. Hearing Hamjin's words, the boy asks with a puzzled expression. Light, can light make someone sick? It seems so. Because of light, one can even become poisoned. I see. Mister. The boy speaks. I don't have parents. I grew up in a temple since I was little. I wasn't a child monk or anything, just an errand boy. Is that so? My parents died on a hot day. The head monk said, it was heatstroke. I'm sorry. Question mark. Why is Mr. apologizing? Anyway, ever since that day, I've had a thought. That it would be good if there weren't any more people hurt like my parents. That's why when I grow up, I thought about becoming a physician. I see, but just now, I changed my mind. Hamjin, suddenly sensing a powerful will from the boy, looks at him. I'm going to become a hunter. A hunter? What do you plan to hunt? The sun, yes. My parents, and Mr. Hamjin's teacher, were both hurt by the sun. So I'm going to hunt the sun. Why insist on doing that? He looks at the boy with a bitter expression. That is impossible, difficult, and doomed to fail. And though the sun may seem hot and makes life difficult, it is an existence essential for life. More than anything, I can understand your parents, but what does my teacher have to do with you that you are trying to save him? I know, I saw it. The villagers call me a madman who sees things that aren't real, but I definitely saw it, Mr. Hamjin. The boy looks into Hamjin's eyes. I saw Mr. bring rain to our village. Mr. is an immortal, aren't you? One who protects our village. Thanks to Mr., we still have our village and our temple. My parents may have regretfully passed away, but they always said so. That we live each day by the grace of the Divine Spirit. That one day, we must repay that grace. Hamjin lets out a quiet sigh. He couldn't even save the boy's parents. Such words rise to his throat, but he swallows them back. I will repay that grace. I will hunt the sun that brings pain to Mr.'s teacher. So that's how it is. Hamjin understands what kind of child the boy is. He was born with a consciousness domain more powerful than anyone else's. Because of that, he saw what others could not and perceived Hamjin, whom others could not sense. He is even brimming with talent for immortal cultivation. But as the price for being born with such abilities, he was born with lacking intelligence. From that day on, the boy began bringing a small wooden bow and began practicing shooting wooden arrows at the sky. With a mere human body, to hunt the sun that even we failed to do. It is an impossible task. No matter how much this child advances in cultivation, he will never surpass the grand perfection integration stage. Unless he pierces through filling the heavens governing view, anything beyond that is impossible. With a grand perfection integration stage body, what kind of sun does he think he can hunt? And yet, Hamjin wonders why. As if mesmerized, he watches over the child's growth. Every day, the boy shoots his bow at the sky. 10 years pass. 20 years pass. The boy becomes a young man, then a middle-aged man, then an old man. And even as the time of his death approaches, he still shoots his bow at the sky. Mr. Hamjin. The boy, who has already become an old man, looks at Hamjin and speaks. I improved a lot, didn't I? Quote. Yeah, you improved a lot. The child has become an old man. And he spent his entire life shooting his bow. The archery skills of the old man, who had become one with his bow, continued to improve and improve. Now, he reached the realm where with a single shot of his bow, his arrows can reach the clouds. Quote. I think, the arrow I shoot today, will be my last. I can feel my life fading. The old man looks at Hamjin and smiles. Quote. You will watch, won't you? Quote. I have always been watching. Hamjin never took the boy as his disciple. Instead, he adjusted his fate so that he may live a long, healthy life, meet an ordinary woman, fall in love, and return to a normal life. But in the end, the boy always came back to Hamjin and shot his bow. Hamjin wished for him to avoid the cruel and arduous path of cultivation, to live a peaceful and happy life, but the boy never chose that path. Even as he rejected the life Hamjin laid out for him, he never let go of his bow. A madman who still refuses to let go of the childish vow he made in his childhood. That is the old man Hamjin sees. Quote. Before you go on your final journey, tell me your name. Haha, Mr. Hamjin, you mean, you didn't even know my name? I know, of course. I just want to hear it from you. After all, despite all this time, you never once introduced yourself to me. I only knew because I heard the villagers calling you by it. Ah, I see. My introduction is a little late. Mr. Hamjin, the child who became an old man. The child who became a madman. He smiles brightly as he pulls back his bowstring, aiming towards the sun. My name is Inyan. Quote. My parents passed away before they could give me a proper name beyond my childhood name, so the head monk at the temple gave me this Dharma name. It's a name taken from the names of two people called Suin and Hong Yian. Quote. I see. Inyan. Hamjin looks at Inyan and smiles. Show me your final shot. I have received your command, Sir Divine Spirit. Inyan pulls back his bowstring with all his strength. The bowstring stretches taut. Then, Inyan releases it. Inyan's arrow soars into the sky. Hamjin looks up. Your final shot. I will remember it in my heart, and no matter what. I will not give up on curing my teacher. Hamjin thinks of it as the last desperate struggle of an ordinary human who, despite having the talent for immortal cultivation, was born with something wrong in his mind in exchange. He etches that final struggle into his heart, determined never to give up and to search for a way to save his teacher. To Hamjin, Inyan's last moments are only to that extent. However, quote. Inyan's arrow reaches the clouds. Hamjin rises from his seat. The arrow pierces through the clouds. What? Piercing through the clouds, the arrow does not fall. As if, for some reason, it is unaffected by attraction force. Wait, Hamjin's eyes open wide. The arrow continues to soar. The arrow breaks through the atmosphere of the planet. And after piercing through the stratosphere, the arrow finally comes to a halt as it quietly crumbles. Quote. Inyan. Hamjin stares blankly at Inyan. The final arrow of his life. That single arrow transcended every limit of a human who has neither learned martial arts nor cultivation methods, escaping the world they live in. Hamjin understands what miracle this is. It is immortal art. A mere human, in the final moments of his life, awakened immortal art. Had Seo Eunhyun seen it, he would have called it entering heavens. But by Hamjin's standards, there is no other way to describe it but immortal art. He stands frozen in place for a long time. Inyan remains stiff, dead along with his final immortal art. He died standing. A childish heart, that pure and innocent heart, determined to save Hamjin's teacher who suffers from the light, had reached the heavens. Inyan's children come to retrieve his body. Thanks to Hamjin, Inyan lived a relatively peaceful life. Before long, his descendants had multiplied. Yet, even when Inyan's children retrieve his body, he remains rigid. It is simply too unbelievable. Hamjin only regains his senses when Inyan's son steps forward to the same spot where his father once stood and begins shooting arrows. Inyan's son follows his father and begins to shoot his bow. Hamjin watches blankly. Is it to carry on his father's will? Is it Inyan's dying wish? He does not know for sure. Perhaps it is something Inyan asked of them to please Hamjin, the divine spirit. But even after Inyan's death, the bow he once used continues to shoot into the sky. Hamjin simply stares at the sight, dazed. When In Yian's son dies, his grandson takes his place. Then his great-grandson, and then his great-great-grandson. At some point, Ham Jin begins to observe them seriously. And at some point, he realizes that a certain power has begun to take root in their bloodline. That power is being passed down to one another, being gradually inherited by the next generation. And with each inheritance of that power, In Yian's family begins to display an ever greater natural talent for archery. Ham Jin eventually discerns its identity. Quote. So it's you, oh Hai Seo. Someone chuckles from within Ham Jin's shadow. Is this the bloodline you placed your hopes in? I decided to gamble on your hope as well. Quote. What have you done to them? Nothing much. I simply laid tainted soul filling the heavens upon them. Tainted soul filling the heavens. Do not worry. Tainted soul filling the heavens is different from before. It no longer aims to erode others. From the moment Seo Weil passed it on to me, it transformed entirely. This power has become the power of inheritance. Oh Hai Seo, residing within Ham Jin's shadow, speaks as she watches the unending inheritance of In Yian's will. Let us endlessly pass down their talent, their will. Then, surely, something useful will come of it in time, don't you think? Quote. No, Ham Jin denies Oh Hai Seo's words. It will not be something as simple as useful. A statement founded on nothing but hope, with no evidence to prove it. Yet, for some reason, Ham Jin feels certain. In Yian's family, his will, that has begun its endless succession, will one day cover the sky itself. He is sure of it. That child's goodwill will definitely. Ham Jin smiles as he watches In Yian's clan, who have grown in strength and have now purchased the entire mountain as their training ground. Surely, hunt the sunlight. Before long, the 4 seasons pass, and spring arrives once more. The peach trees planted by In Yian's family begin to bloom atop the mountain. The entire mountain is filled with the scent of peach blossoms. Author's note: the title of this chapter, Sunlight Hunting, is an homage to Less Than Vamos a Caçar o Sol Greater Than by José Mauro de Vasconcelos. Vamos a Caçar o Sol is a story about a boy growing into a young man. It is a tale of a child becoming an adult. Through this episode, I want to portray Seo Eun-yeon's growth as an immortal, his coming to age as an immortal. That is why I chose Sunlight Hunting as the title for this episode. As always, thank you. Translator notes: the Korean title for Vamos a Caçar o Sol is Haespike, which translates literally to Sunlight Hunting. Chapter 582, Sunlight Hunting 2. Where does the limit lie when a single family continuously passes down and improves a specific talent? Ham Jin is able to find the answer though in Yian's family. Chijijijik, the 102nd head of the In clan. In Wang's grasp ignites a bow and arrow in a pale blue glow. Kuging. At the same time, the ground beneath In Wang's feet sinks drastically. In Wang opens his eyes wide and releases the bowstring. Pyong. With the sound of an exploding shell, the arrow soars into the sky. Pbiobong. The arrow pierces through the sky, tearing the clouds into a perfect circle, then continues to advance, surpassing the atmosphere and stratosphere for a long while. But that is the end. In Wang Saizhen, following the ancestral rites passed down in the family, bows towards a specific spot in the training ground. One side of the training ground. There stands the guardian stone that has been passed down through the In clan for thousands of years. Seated in a lotus position atop that guardian stone is Ham Jin, though those of lower cultivation cannot perceive him. Astounding. Ham Jin clicks his tongue, marveling at the might of the In clan. Just now, it was only for a moment, but pure spiritual force wrapped around his body. Through Oh Hai Seo's tainted soul filling the heavens, the talent for archery has been continuously passed down. Unlike Seo Weil's, Oh Hai Seo's tainted soul filling the heavens focuses not on replication and erosion but on inheritance, and thus, the version passed down within the In clan has long since departed from her hands. Seo Weil's tainted soul filling the heavens directly manipulates others, whereas Oh Hai Seo's, depending on the time inherited and spent with the inheritor, changes according to the inheritor. It is structured in a way that in the end, it would somewhat escape Oh Hai Seo's influence. Observing this inherited talent of the In clan, Ham Jin cannot help but be awestruck. It was only for a moment, but In Wang was like a chi-building cultivator. Pure spiritual force. A power mortals call Gang Chi cloaked his entire body as he concentrated it onto the arrow and released it into the sky. As the endlessly inherited archery of the In clan continued to develop, it gradually became martial arts. As time passed, it evolved into an unparalleled martial art. And when that unparalleled martial art reached its ultimate peak, at some point, it surpassed its own limitations and entered a completely new realm. Demon Beast Methods. It has reached the same realm as Demon Beast methods that forcefully absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy to reconstruct the body and transcend the limits of living beings. At first, it was merely an earth tribe method at the level of chi refining. But the archery of the Yin clan continued to be passed down without end. And as it was inherited over and over, at some point, the archery of the Yin clan reached a level equivalent to chi building. Astonishing. Yet what truly astonishes Ham Jin lies elsewhere. The man who just shot that arrow, the clan head of the Yin clan, In Wang, is only 20 years old. The previous 101st head, in his reckless pursuit of rapid advancement, failed to contain an explosion within his meridians and had his head blown apart. It happened so quickly that even Ham Jin couldn't intervene in time. With no alternative, the position of head was given to the most talented member of the clan, In Wang. In Wang, inheriting this demonic beast method passed down in the Yin clan, mastered it without difficulty, reaching a level somewhere between the peak of chi refining and chi building. That was just about a year ago. A terrifying talent. Of course, Ham Jin can only say such things because he has never seen Kim Young-hoon. Regardless, the talent of the Yin clan continues to be endlessly inherited, growing ever stronger. If this continues to be passed down without end, then surely. Ham Jin clenches his lips. At present, his teacher is ensnared by light. And that light is deeply intertwined with fate. Thus, in the end, Ham Jin must stand against the fate that is Seo Eun-yun. I, who is not even a true immortal, cannot stand against fate. True immortals are beings who manipulate fate. At best, he is only a sacred vessel, and such divine powers are beyond him. Therefore, he needs something that can oppose fate. If it's in Yian's history, then it can stand against teacher. With that thought, Ham Jin continues to observe in Yian's family. Ku-gu-gu-gu-gu-gu. Ham Jin looks up at the sky. On every planet in the crystal glass realm, the sun rises during the day. Surrounding that sun, stars that shine brightly can be seen. This is the case even during the day. The stars visible around the sun are fixed stars that exist in different locations across the crystal glass realm. And from the planet where the Yin clan resides, Ham Jin looks up at one massive sun and the 7 fixed stars floating around it. The 8 millionth year. It has already reached this point, huh? At some point, the 8th sun has risen. Ham Jin narrows his eyes. It is hot. Yohi has been traveling periodically between planets, scattering enough water energy and yin energy to bring about an ice age, yet it is not enough. Yuhi has mobilized countless disciples at the integration stage, deploying Dharma treasures and formations crafted from countless minerals and gemstones to absorb the heat, but it is futile. The heat and light radiating from the 8 suns have far surpassed what they can control. Even Ham Jin, borrowing Ohai Seo's power, has tried everything, but the task is not easy. Rather, with each additional sun, they resonate with one another, strengthening their attraction force and intensifying the heat, leaving Ham Jin's expression growing graver. Can this really succeed? Ham Jin gazes at the Yin clan, where an integration stage grand cultivator has emerged at some point. As a sacred vessel sacred master, Ham Jin has bestowed every possible blessing and fortune upon them. Over an absurdly long span of time, Ham Jin has even reached the sacred vessel stage through heaven and earth dual cultivation. He has exhausted all the authority he can wield in the plane of chi and the plane of fate to bless their talents, their bloodlines, and their futures. Yet, in a million years, the Yin clan has only now produced an integration stage. The Yin clan's integration stage grand cultivator. In Jaeon grips his bow with a solemn expression, then fires towards the sky, towards the sunlight. His integrated Dao domain seems to condense entirely into the arrow. In an instant, the domain itself is carried upon the arrow as it soars forward. Flash! The arrow, carrying the integrated Dao domain, pierces through the stratosphere and bores straight through the moon orbiting their planet. Of course, the moon does not shatter. The arrow only creates a hole precisely the size of its width. It pierces through a minuscule, narrow hole, and beyond the moon, the arrow continues traveling for a long while before finally coming to a stop. Yet, In Jaeon wears a slightly regretful expression. Reaching another planet is still too difficult, I see. It has already been a million years. The talent and method inherited by the Yin clan have grown stronger. Under the category of bow and arrow, no one in the crystal glass realm can surpass them. But Ham Jin is growing impatient. At this rate, I'll be too late. They are now at the integration stage, but it is already far behind. At this speed, they will never be able to pierce through teachers filling the heavens governing view and pierce through the sunlight. To pierce through teachers filling the heavens governing view, they must grow even faster, rise even higher. If it continues like this, and 9 suns end up rising. Ham Jin tightly shuts his eyes. The formulas of the Radiance 10 heavens grow more resonant and powerful as they near completion. If Seo Eun-yun completes the 10 suns, that day will be nothing short of a catastrophe. Seo Eun-yun's consciousness will be completely consumed by that vortex of light. That is the one thing he cannot allow. Before teacher raises 10 suns, the sun must go down. Boo-doo-dook. Ham Jin grinds his teeth in frustration. Just then, the will of Oh Hai Seo whispers from his shadow. You seem impatient. I am. It seems, you'll need my help. Your help, the power of the devilish. Let us imbue in Yian's bloodline, with the authority of Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. If we do so, we will surely succeed even faster. That, Ham Jin hesitates for a long moment. But then, he squeezes his eyes shut. I refuse. What? Even if I must turn back, walking the orthodox path is the correct choice. If I appeared impatient, I apologize. But this is the lesson I carved into my body while being hung upside down and beaten by teacher, and it is also teacher's will. Just to save teacher, I cannot betray that will. Kukik, do you think I haven't read your history? You, a lust devil who gathered men and women 50 years younger than yourself, indulging in pleasure without distinction of gender or status in all kinds of positions, yet here you are, pretending to have honor. The orthodox path. You are the finest seed of devilish mo there is. Stop resisting and accept it. Isn't the most important thing right now saving your teacher? At the truth exposed by Oh Hai Seo, Ham Jin's face flushes bright red. I am, undoubtedly disgraceful. Of course you are. You even dragged in demon beasts to indulge yourself. Do you think Yohi chases you around for no reason? But, even though Oh Hai Seo lays his shame bare, the light in Ham Jin's eyes does not die. My teacher's honor, is something I can never violate. To stand beneath him and accept the ruthless devilish path would be a definite stain upon teacher's honor. I am a disgraceful man. But precisely because of that, I understand how precious honor is. He swings his hand towards the shadow where Oh Hai Seo's will resides. The shadow trembles, and Oh Hai Seo clicks her tongue in displeasure. Let me make this clear. I will walk the orthodox path. Do as you please. Let's see how long you can keep that attitude. With those words, Oh Hai Seo's will fades away. Yet, Ham Jin bites his lip. How long can I endure without borrowing Oh Hai Seo's power? Though he had spoken with conviction, he cannot deny the impatience rising in his chest. Ham Jin has never revealed himself directly, but he has provided immense support to the Yin clan all this time. Bestowing blessings upon them was only the beginning. Whenever their cultivation stagnated, he granted them fortuitous opportunities, and he appeared in their dreams to impart teachings. Though he never formally established a master-disciple bond, the Yin clan is, in itself, his disciple. But they are too slow. To remain aligned with Seo Eun-yun's will, Ham Jin has always taught them adhering to the orthodox path. Because of that, the Yin clan, when reaching the 4-axis stage, has only pursued either the orthodox 5 elements axis or the 5 blessings axis, causing their progress to always be a little slow. How long can I keep them walking this orthodox path? Feeling his impatience grow, he continues to support the Yin clan. 500,000 years have passed. The 8,500,000th year. At last, Ham Jin reveals himself before the Yin clan. In the crystal glass realm, the 3 immortal treasures have essentially taken on the role of sacred masters. Because of this, Ham Jin, Yohi, and Yuhi are worshipped as gods in the crystal glass realm, and as soon as Ham Jin appears, the entire Yin clan rushes out to bow before him with utmost reverence. Yet, there is no joy on Ham Jin's face. O unruly one, Ham Jin, of the 3 divine spirits, this Inui Jaeon, the clan head of the Yin clan, greets. Enough with the empty formalities. I have something to tell you. Ham Jin speaks in an impatient tone. First, clan lord, you are the most talented and naturally gifted of your generation, correct? Yes, that is certainly. Then why are you still at the grand perfection integration stage? Ham Jin finally explodes. Just why? The talent and method of your clan has been continuously passed for 1,500,000 years, yet why are you still a mere integration stage? Your family. I have supported your clan from behind for 1,500,000 years. And yet, why are you progressing in such a shallow way? That is. Enough. I do not need to hear anything else. I have been too lenient until now. He grits his teeth hard. The founder of your clan, Yin, was a special connection of mine. Because of that, I placed my trust on that child and watched over your clan. But this will no longer do. The reason you failed to grow properly must be because you lack the motivation. His eyes, bloodshot with frustration, burn red. Even now, Jin does not intend to abandon the orthodox path. He will not be swayed by Ohai Seo's wicked whispers. Yet, this very resolve only intensifies his impatience, and at last, his frustration erupts. Your path is undoubtedly the correct one. You have followed the course I arranged for you, walking a correct and upright road. But you are too slow. You are as slow as slugs. At this rate, I will never be able to save my teacher. Therefore, I will set a goal for you. Jin grinds his teeth and shouts. I will personally lead you. His eyes hold a strange madness. The madness of saving teacher is also the pain that Jin has accumulated over millions of years. Yohi vents her frustration and irritation by abducting people and violating them just short of the point of death. Yuhi takes in integration stage disciples, refining ghosts, spirits, and energy to create new jewels and dharma treasures, indulging in extravagance to ease his irritation. But Jin, ever since he was severely scolded by Seo Eun-yun, has never revealed greed or desire. Yet, now that his suppressed desires and pain have burst forth, they manifest in the most extreme way. I preside over the life and death of the crystal glass realm. Thus, I can also preside over your life and death as well. But he will not abandon the orthodox path. For that would tarnish his teacher's honor. But in other words, as long as he does not cross the line called the orthodox path that he himself has drawn, he can do anything. That is the logic, the madness that takes over Jin's mind. From today onward, those who fail to meet the standards I set will die. Under the logic of saving his teacher, Jin begins to unleash all the madness he has been suppressing. Do not worry, even death is not the end. If you meet the standards I have set after dying, I will revive you. However, those who think death is the end and neglect to train hard will never be left in peace. I will personally administer torture at the sacred vessel stage. Pain. The only way to elevate oneself without plundering and stealing from others is through endless pain. Jin chooses to become the pain of the Yin clan. The first clan head. If there are those who fail to properly inherit the meaning of Yin and cannot wield the bow, they must pay the price for the talent, bloodline, and aptitude they have inherited. From now on, under my rule, you will refine your talents and aptitudes even further to grow. The tyrannical aspect of Jin, which he had suppressed for millions of years, resurfaces in the face of an unresolvable situation that has persisted for just as long. And so, time begins to flow once more. 100,000 years since Jin personally began his rule. Quack. Jin mercilessly lashes an integration stage grand cultivator with a whip formed of glass true fire. The current clad head, in Ryuk Shin, grits his teeth. Why, have you still not even prepared to reach the star-shattering stage? You retarded fools. You worthless bastards. Jin grinds his teeth in fury, his eyes gleaming with madness. In Ryuk Shin bows his head beneath Jin, blood dripping from his body. Please forgive me, O three divine spirits. I believe in you, so why does your family fail to live up to my trust? Why, you worthless bastards, repay the blessings you have received. I have bestowed upon you teachings, opportunities, and spiritual elixirs without reservation, and yet, what have you been doing all this time? Worthless bastards. Lately, Jin has been calling the Yin clan by that name. Perhaps, having been trapped in one place without hope, his madness is beginning to consume him entirely. Yet, Jin feels that his actions are correct. No one has yet broken through filling the heavens governing view to reach the star-shattering stage. However, as time passes, the Yin clan members are undoubtedly deepening their understanding of immortal arts, and the power of their immortal arts within the integration stage is steadily growing. All of it is thanks to the pain Jin personally inflicted. I am upholding teacher's orthodox path. Jin believes this. I am not plundering anything from anyone. I am making them grow using only their own pain as nourishment. This is the rod of love. With the rod of love, I am making the Yin clan grow. I am, right, quack, quack, relentlessly swinging the whip made of glass true fire. Hamjin kicks in Ryuk Shin, whose integrated Dao domain has been torn to shreds. Piok, ku, go, I do this only for your sake. I whip you while swallowing blood tears, desperately hoping for your growth. I ask that you understand me. Quote. Thank you, good, now go and bring your son. I must see his progress. In Ryuk Shin bows to Hamjin and steps out of the Hall of Repentant Enlightenment, patting the shoulder of his son who is waiting outside. After his son, a grand perfection 4-axis stage, enters the hall, an ear-splitting scream erupts from within. Why, are you still in the 4-axis stage? I even took the 5 blessings axis from teacher and gave them to you. I gave you fortuitous encounters. I found you the best Dao companion for dual cultivation. I gave you endless spiritual elixirs. Everything. I gave you everything. Yet why have you still not reached the integration stage? At 5,000 years old, you should have reached it already. You worthless bastard. Quack, quack. Listening to the agonized screams of his son and Hamjin's furious roars, Ryuk Shin clenches his teeth. He does not say it aloud, but only one thought burns fiercely in his mind. Insane bastard. That madman. I have to kill him. Ryuk Shin steps outside, grips his bow, and practices focusing his intent on the tip as he shoots, clenching his teeth so hard that his gums bleed. No matter what, I will escape that madman. No matter what. This is the 1,600,000th year since Hamjin began supporting the Yin clan. The 100,000th year since he started personally guiding them. 200,000 years have passed. Quack, quack, quack. Hamjin's eyes roll back halfway as his body trembles violently. Before him, Guan, the current clan head of the Yin clan, lies collapsed. Behind him, over 9,000 members of the Yin clan at the Heavenly Being stage and above stand gathered. Only 8,000 strikes. I did not even maximize the power of glass true fire, just the level of a light touch. And yet, the so-called clan head faints after just 8,000 strikes. You worthless dog bastards. I should wipe out your entire clan, but I am merciful, so I will hold back. His body shakes with rage as he shouts. Instead, from today onward, glass true fire will be incorporated into your training. Teacher's glass true fire is a tool that guarantees enlightenment if you endure the pain. This will be a great opportunity for you all. You will surely, as he trembles, raving about his insane training plan. Chuck, quote. Hamjin suddenly turns his gaze towards Guan's son, Hyuk. Quote. What is this? Hyuk, his expression calm, has his bow aimed at Hamjin. Have you gone mad? You dare. We are not mad. The one who is mad is you, Elder Hamjin of the 3 divine spirits. The other divine spirits, Lord Yohi and Lord Yuhi, remain silent, yet why is it only Elder Hamjin who oppresses and torments us? Oppress, torment, do not spew nonsense. I am making you grow, so that you can soar. I am wielding the rod of love with a heart that swallows sand for your sake. And now, to me, who guides you with a parent's heart, you point your bow. Quote. Our great-great-grandfather, grandfather Ryuk Shin, left us these words. Hyuk speaks with a calm face. Kill the heavens. That is the only way we will survive. Yes, that is right. You must kill the heavens. The heavens. Those suns floating in the sky. The heavens that oppress us are not the suns. It is you, Elder 3 divine spirits Hamjin. Quote. What? And so, we will no longer follow your meaning. Please leave our family alone. These crazy bastards. Just who are you aiming your bow at right now? I am your parent, your teacher. You are a mere integration stage, and I am a sacred vessel. I am. Hyuk no longer listens to Hamjin's words and releases the bowstring. Pete, Hamjin scoffs. You bugs who haven't even properly entered immortal arts. Do you think your arrows can reach, Kueo? Suddenly, Hamjin coughs up spiritual energy as red as blood, his eyes widening in shock. What is this? What grandfather Ryuk Shin passed down, were not just words. Bloodshot veins rise in Hyuk's eyes. Starting from his generation, we began to realize it. The certain power that has been passed down in our family. The starting point of that inherited immortal art. This is. In our great-grandfather's time, he understood the essence of that immortal art, and in our grandfather's time, he began drawing that immortal art into our own strength. And my father, who just collapsed under your blows, succeeded in fully embedding that power into the tip of an arrow. What I hold in my hands is the culmination of the karma of those who were tormented and oppressed by you. Keying. The bow is completely dyed black. Hamjin's eyes widen as he recognizes the immortal art imbued within the bow. Tea-tainted soul filling the heavens. No, through generations of inheritance, its nature has completely changed. That is, immortal art, sun shooting, Shiri. This is the culmination of the Yin clan's long-cherished wish. Pete. Once again, the bowstring is released, and Hamjin clenches his teeth, unleashing glass true fire. Warurururuk. Don't make me laugh. I am your teacher, your parent, and your god. Without me, you cannot grow. Like slugs, you will only grow slowly. You need me. Look, it is because I was here that you too have awakened immortal arts. Hamjin transforms like a sun radiating glass true fire. No arrow seems capable of piercing him. However, that single arrow imbued with the immortal art sun shooting strikes straight through Hamjin's body. His internal world quakes. The immortal art of someone not even at the star-shattering stage, merely at the grand perfection integration stage. Yet that single immortal art pierces the sacred vessel stage. Hamjin soars to the sky, pierces the moon, and then penetrates a certain mist that enshrouds the entire crystal glass realm. The hole it leaves behind is not large. At most, only the width of an arrow, a minuscule hole. The immortal art sun shooting, which couldn't even reach Xiao Unyun's radiance 10 heavens, crumbles on the spot. But it undoubtedly pierced it. For the first time, Xiao Unyun's filling the heavens governing view had been breached. Hamjin witnesses this and thinks, I was right. However, Inhyuk shouts with cold but anger-filled eyes. This is not your teaching. Quote. What? This is love, passed down from our great-great-grandfather. Quote. What did you say? The heart that my child would not suffer under you. The heart that my child would not inherit this pain. Not your pain but the love of great-great-grandfather, great-grandfather, grandfather, and father. That is the essence of this immortal art. With those words, the immortal art sun shooting pierces through Hamjin's chest. Pete, it is not just one arrow. 2, 3, 4, a total of 9 arrows fly forth from the immortal art of sun shooting before finally coming to a stop. Hamjin, in unbearable agony, is cast out from the planet of the Yin clan. Quote. Ha. Tears stream from Hamjin's eyes. Even now, he could destroy them all along with the planet, but shame holds him back. Because, at this moment, Hamjin understands everything. Quote. So it was you, behind Inhyuk, who spoke of love, an all too familiar presence reflected in Hamjin's eyes. Quote. You had already settled within them, watching all this time. Hamjin finally realizes and cries out, Teacher. Only today does Hamjin recognize the will of Xiao Unyun, embedded within the Yin clan. His teacher had come to his senses. He realizes the true identity of the child called Inyin. So he was originally a fragment of teacher's realm. The existence known as Inyin had originated from Xiao Unyun's vast cold heavenly circle. He was simply unable to move his main body freely because of the light, but his will was already awake. He awakened, and has been walking together with this Hamjin this entire time. Rooted within the bloodline of the Yin clan, he has remained alongside Hamjin, striving to break free from the restraint of light. 1,800,000 years since Inyin was born. Hamjin, at last, confirms his teachers will under the Yin clan and regains his senses. Kugugugugu. 9 million years. Hamjin gazes upon the 9 suns rising over the crystal glass realm. Quote. Teacher. Now, there are 9. His teacher's main body has already completed 9 suns and is beginning to create the 10th. The completion of the Radiance 10 Heavens formula is now within reach. Teacher, will you be able to escape? Hamjin asks towards Xiao Unyun's will, embedded within the Yin clan. The response comes in the form of a powerful arrow, soaring toward the sky. Tuwok, the current clan head of the Yin clan, who releases an arrow skyward. That arrow pierces through the stratosphere, leaps beyond the moon, surpasses Xiao Unyun's filling the heavens governing view, and flies straight towards the center of the crystal glass realm. Towards one of the 9 suns there, toward the castle wall fixed star. At last, Tuwok, that single arrow infused with the immortal art, sun shooting, reaches the sun and burns away. Watching this, Hamjin sheds tears. Single quote. It reached it. For 9 million years, not a single being had ever reached Xiao Unyun's authority. But now, the heart accumulated by Inyian's history has finally touched upon it. 1,000,000 years remain, enough time for 10 generations of integration-level clan heads to come and go. It is far too short a time, yet Hamjin lets go of his worries. It will reach, because the Yin clan is the place where his teachers will reside. The power of love passed down through them. Teacher once told me that it is the strongest power of all. Believing in that strongest power, Hamjin continues waiting for the Radiant's 10 heavens. Waiting for the conclusion to arrive. The time for sunlight hunting is near. Chapter 583. Sunlight Hunting 3. It's hot, a boy thinks. 9 lights floating in the sky. The elders of his family, who have reached the 4-axis stage and can travel between planets, have spoken. They said that in this crystal glass realm, there exist 9 suns, and because of those 9 suns, the world is gradually growing hotter. A sandstorm blows. The boy squints. An endless desert stretches out before him. Most of the land in crystal glass realm is like this. Though integration stage grand cultivators have managed to create habitable living areas by merging their integrated Dao domains with formations, that is the extent of what they could do. No one can lower the temperature of the entire world. Back when there were only 8 suns, the 3 sacred vessel stage beings known as the 3 divine spirits, Yohi, Hamjin, and Yuhi, each used their powers to cool the world as much as possible. But now, even they are helpless against the heat of the 9 suns. The elders of his family have said that soon, a 10th son will be born. The 3 divine spirits have also warned of this, so it must be true. Standing in the midst of the desert wind, the boy narrows his eyes. Inyi, where are you, Inyi? The elders of his family, the Yin clan, call out to him from within the formation protecting the residential zone. This little rascal, didn't we tell you not to leave the settlement? More than that, this barrier should only be breakable by someone at least in the heavenly being stage. How in the world did you get through it? Inyi, you brat. Didn't we say? The air outside the settlement is thin, and the temperature is too high, making it even dangerous for Qi building stage cultivators. Why do you keep running off on your own? At the scolding from the elders, Inyi simply scratches his head. I just don't want to practice archery anymore. That is his true thought, but he knows that if he says it out loud, he'll only face harder scolding, so he makes up another excuse. I just wanted to see the desert with Mr. He glances at the man in white standing beside him. He can clearly feel his presence. His breath, his scent, the white clothes he wears, all are vividly visible. Yet the elders only respond with anger. This brat, are you seeing things again? If he were a ghost, we'd sense something. It seems like he's having hallucinations within his own mind. Damn it, the most talented child has a broken mind. What are we supposed to do with that? Just come along. You haven't even finished today's training, and you're already trying to run away. The elders sigh in frustration, and as Inyi is dragged toward the training grounds by the hand, he mouths a question to the man in white. Mister, why can't anyone else see you? The man in white smiles faintly. Because I am both everywhere in this world and nowhere. It is simply that, your talent has surpassed a singularity, allowing you to perceive my existence which lingers in the plane of Qi. Inyi tilts his head at the cryptic words. But somehow, he feels like he understands. I see, Mr. is a god. A god far greater than even the 3 divine spirits. Feeling the Qi that pervades this entire world, he asks. Then, are you the very heaven and earth spiritual energy that fills this world? In a way, yes. I'm jealous. Mr. can go anywhere you want. Meanwhile, if I take even a few steps outside the settlement, the elders always come chasing after me. Can go anywhere, huh? Ha ha ha. The man in white smiles as he speaks. I am not such a free god. What do you mean? You will understand when the time comes. Inyi finds it strange but lets it go. After all, the man in white always speaks in vague riddles. Time passes. Inyi has already grown into a young man. Having reached the 4-axis stage at the age of 20, Inyi fires an arrow into the sky. Pawak. The arrow soaring into the sky suddenly vanishes into the void. The immortal art he infused into the arrow surpassed the plane and reached the plane of fate. But reaching it is all he can do, he cannot change anything. What do you think, God? Even now as a young man, Inyi turns to the man in white who still lingers by his side. I did what you told me. But the plane of fate is too strong. It won't budge at all. As time passed and Inyi gained more knowledge from his family, he learned to speak with greater clarity. Eventually, he revealed the existence of the God that only he can see. The family was thrown into chaos. A being taken form from the heaven and earth spiritual energy of this world, and is attached to Inyi. Inyi was immediately named the next head of the clan. Everyone treats him with the utmost reverence, constantly reminding him of how fearsome and extraordinary the entity following him truly is, urging him to always show the highest respect. But Inyi does not find the God to be so awe-inspiring. Or rather, he does feel a deep sense of awe. Yet, it is the kind of awe one feels when witnessing the vast beauty of nature, not the reaction one has to an unfathomable mystery or monster. To him, the God is simply the Mr. he has known since childhood. He may carry the title of God, but he is just a very familiar presence. If anything, because he is always there, Inyi finds his constant gaze a little burdensome at times. A strong heart was not put into it. Didn't you say that the ultimate form of archery is no thought Wunyan? Of course, no thought devoid of any heart is powerful. But to reach that state, you must first have a direction. And that direction is your heart. I see. Inyi. The God asks him a question. You are not interested in the bow, are you? Inyi nods. Yes, I don't really have interest in it. I was born with great talent, but I don't know if this is something I actually like. Well, the elders keep telling me I need to train my archery, but honestly, they don't explain why. Because you must, is all they say. He shrugs. The elders say I need to master archery to shoot down the sun. But why should I? I don't mind the desert landscape. I see. You still do not know your fate. My fate. Yes. The task you must fulfill. Are you also going to tell me the same old bothersome words about how I need to shoot down the sun, God? Wrong. Bringing down the sun is not your fate. It is not your purpose, nor is it something you truly want. Inyi nods. God understands me well. Then, why must I practice archery? What is my fate, and what is my life? To Inyi's question seeking an answer about his fate and life, the man in white averts his gaze and once again speaks in ambiguous words. Hoo-hoo, you don't want to practice archery. Then what do you want to do? Just, pot. Inyi soars into the air, looking around at the planet his clan has settled on, and speaks. I just want to zone out and stare at the desert. The desert, that is good too. Then keep looking at the desert. You don't have to practice archery. You are sure that's what you said, right, God? Without hesitation, Inyi lets go of his bow. With the words, God permitted it, he immediately runs away from the family. As a child, he had to be dragged back by the hands of the adults. But he is no longer a child. His family sends pursuers after him, but Inyi shakes them all off and finally arrives at a secluded spot in a desert. From here on, I'm just going to space out here. My lifespan will keep increasing as long as I breathe and get struck by lightning every now and then, so there's nothing to worry about. Do as you wish. Is that all you have to say? It is your choice. What do I have to say? Forget it. And so, from that day forward, he does nothing but gaze at the desert of his home planet. Simply spacing out. Yet, perhaps because of his overwhelming talent. Even as he spaces out, Inyi slowly develops a demon beast method. Through this technique, which absorbs the essence of the desert, he absent-mindedly advances in cultivation even while only staring blankly. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years pass. 100 years go by. The elders of his family find him once more. They try to take him back by force, but it is now no longer possible. Inyi has already reached the 4-axis stage, and they would never be able to capture him with force. The elders of the family fall into deep distress. They cannot understand why the one once hailed as the hope of their clan refuses to practice archery. Some become furious at him, some plead with him, and others even prostrate themselves and beg. But Inyi remains unmoved, only watching the desert. 1,000 years pass. The family gives up on Inyi and selects a new candidate for the next clan head, leading to a power struggle. His younger cousin, In-hang, is chosen to become the next clan leader. Inyi does not care. And so, 10,000 years pass. Kugugugugu. Lightning tribulation rages across the sky. At some point, Inyi has reached the integration stage. Without doing anything, simply breathing and gazing at the desert, he naturally built the 5 elements axis and reached the integration stage within 10,000 years. It's hot. With a blank expression, Inyi looks up at the sky. At some point, besides the 9 suns, a 10th, smaller light has begun to shimmer. The 10th sun will be complete in a few tens of thousands of years. According to legend, a sun is born once every million years. Why is the 10th sun forming already? From what I know, it hasn't even been 500,000 years since the 9th sun was created. They are resonating. The man in white looks up at the sky and speaks. The 9 suns that were created first and the final sun that is still forming are resonating, accelerating its completion. Quote. What happens when the 10th sun appears? What do you think will happen? The world will just get hotter. Quote. Hotter than this. Inyi clicks his tongue. Well, that's sure going to be hot. I'm glad I reached the integration stage early. Is that so? Had the elders of his family heard this, they would have been furious, but the man does not get angry. He simply nods calmly. Quote. Do you not have something to say? It is your choice. What do I have to say? Quote. Yes. And so, Inyi continues to sit beside the man, simply breathing with his eyes open. 40,000 years pass. Inyi turns 50,000 years old. Quote. Inyi squints as he sees the sky growing hotter. At some point, just by breathing, he has reached the grand perfection integration stage. Yet, he looks ahead with a slightly dissatisfied expression. The desert is melting. I see. Until now, the minerals that he buried underground had absorbed the heat, at least preserving the desert's form, but Warururuk, the 10th sun is now nearly complete. As its heat merges with that of the 9 other suns, the planets of the crystal glass realm begin to go beyond desertification. Now even the deserts themselves are melting. It seems even that is no longer enough to endure. Watching this, Inyi clenches his teeth with empty eyes. Wo Wang, his integrated Tao domain unfolds. It spreads over the melting desert, stopping it from dissolving any further. Quote. Are you not going to say anything, God? What do I have to say? Have I ever said burdensome words? It is your choice. What do I have to say? Quote. That's true. With an inexplicable dissatisfied expression, he glares at the desert, now at least holding its form within his integrated Tao domain. 1 year passes. Quote. Damn it. Inyi grinds his teeth. God, just why are you doing this? Quote. What have I done to you? Why do you keep lingering around me? I am not lingering around you. I exist throughout this entire world. Among them, I simply dwell a little more deeply within the bloodline of your family, and you alone perceive me. Then why don't you say anything to me? Why won't you reprimand me at all? The family records state that the unruly one, Ham Jin, ruled our family so harshly it was practically oppression. Yet you, who seems far greater than him, say nothing at all and merely watch over me. Why? Do you have some kind of complaint? At the man in white's indifferent attitude, Inyi flares up in anger. I do. Of course I do. The scenery I wanted to see was an endlessly sprawling desert. But right now, what I'm looking at is the edge of my integrated Tao domain. And beyond that edge, there's nothing but melted, shapeless lumps. I'm saying I can't even see what I want to see. Inyi grits his teeth and shouts at the man in white who has remained by his side his entire life with that calm demeanor. If you, the only one who has ever resonated with me from the depth of my being, commanded me, I would not have let go of the bow. If you, the only one who has watched me closest and understood me best, had pushed me, I would have become the head of my family and worked to rid the world of such a sight. If you had scolded me, I wouldn't be here so disgracefully as a grand perfection integration stage. Quote. It seems you are misunderstanding something. Quote. What? I am not something like your fate. I have never commanded you, nor did I ever force anything upon you. I did grant you talent with the bow, but that was all. I have always respected your freedom. The man in white, Seo Eun-yun gazes at Inyi with calm, transparent eyes and continues speaking. The steps that led you here were your own, and the choices were yours alone. Do not seek answers from me, look within yourself. Repentantly enlighten upon yourself and find the answer. How can the answer thrown down by the heavens be your own? So, do not ask me, the god of this crystal glass realm. Quote. He does not scold him. He does not grow angry. He remains as calm as ever. Yet, Inyi feels an indescribable sense of shame. Perhaps it is because the being before him reflects him so transparently, like a mirror. Quote. What am I supposed to do? Try whatever. Quote. Damn it. From that day, Inyi stops sitting idly, staring blankly at the desert. Instead, he wanders. He roams across his entire planet, then moves on to other planets. He travels throughout the entirety of the crystal glass realm, where 9 suns burn, observing countless beings and their ways of life. 1,000 years pass, and at last, Inyi finds his answer. Quote. I still don't understand. Just where is the answer? He clutches his head in despair and falls to his knees in the middle of some desert, vomiting the words out. I have no idea why I was even born. The bow doesn't interest me. Neither does dual cultivation, nor cultivation methods, nor the pleasures of the world, nor its finest delicacies. I don't even know what I must inevitably do. That's why I've just kept watching the desert. Because the desert, like me, is meaningless. But when the desert started to melt, I finally understood. I had been giving meaning to the desert all along. The desert held the meaning I gave it. But what about me? He cries out in anguish. What is my meaning? Was I born simply to possess unparalleled talent with the bow? I have no interest in archery. My parents are far more interested in it than I am. I grew up with the elders of my family seeing me as a child with talent for the bow, and the position of head of the Yin clan, which reveres the bow above all else, was predetermined for me. But that is not the meaning I should have. Not anything in this crystal glass realm as well. It is a resentment ordinary people cannot understand. This is not my fate. The anguish of a genius unable to find his own purpose. The cry of a young man who cannot find meaning in anything. Just what meaning does my life even have? I don't know. Quote. Please tell me, oh God. Please, tell me, the meaning of my life. Quote. Seo Eun-yun says nothing. He just transparently reflects in Yi's figure with his clear eyes. Just as Kim Young-hoon had once watched him with the same clear eyes, waiting for him to reach entering heavens. Quote. The meaning of my life. My life. What is it supposed to be? Life. To In-yi, who desperately seeks the meaning of life, he offers only a few words. I don't know either. Quote. I see. How profound. Truly. In-yi grinds his teeth and rises to his feet. You have never given me answers. As if to say my path is mine to find. I understand. I will seek it myself. I will find what interests me, on my own. Pot. He suddenly finds himself disliking Seo Eun-yun's gaze that transparently reflects him. With a desire to escape that gaze, In-yi takes to the skies. Leaving his home planet behind, In-yi swiftly traverses the crystal glass realm. Come to think of it, that's right. That god is the god of the crystal glass realm. If I go outside, I won't have to see that sickening gaze anymore. He has begun to dislike everything. He just wants to go somewhere else where no one exists. And so, a new thought forms in Yi's mind. Let's leave the crystal glass realm. I'll leave this place, and go to a wider, different world. With that resolve, In-yi begins to fly towards the edge of the crystal glass realm. Decades pass, and upon reaching the outermost boundary of the crystal glass realm, In-yi sees a veil of hazy mist. This is the end of the crystal glass realm. HMPH. A mere veil like this. Pot. He confidently attempts to pierce through the mist, but for some reason, when he emerges again, he finds himself still in the crystal glass realm. Gritting his teeth, he dives back into the mist, only to return to the crystal glass realm once more. This mist. If I can't break through it, does that mean I can't leave the crystal glass realm? No. Staring at the mist, he discerns the true cause of the problem. Turning around, In-yi sees the 10 massive attraction forces that dominate the crystal glass realm. 9 suns, and the nearly completed 10th sun. Attraction force, is it? The attraction force of those suns is distorting the space of the crystal glass realm. In-yi's eyes gleam. Quote. Damn it. Before he knows it, he groans as he sees the lingering image of Seo Eun-yun standing beside him. This world, are you saying I cannot leave it? You can leave, then let me pass through this mist. You are God, aren't you? Quote. I cannot allow it right now. Seo Eun-yun lets out a bitter smile. He cannot allow it, not because he fears them leaving, but because he fears what will happen when they leave, when they face the despairing spacetime of emptiness. He fears the moment they gaze into this infinite, empty spacetime and fall into infinite despair. You say you cannot allow it? Do you truly mean that? Quote. And yet, why is it? When In-yi hears Seo Eun-yun speak words of denial, for the first time in his life, he feels like laughing. Seo Eun-yun looks at him again with a bitter smile but does not respond any further. But In-yi smiles brightly without even realizing it. Don't make me laugh. I will get out of here. No matter what, I will leave this crystal glass realm. Quote. I don't need your permission. It's fine. Oh God, just as you always have, please continue stupidly watching. I will break through you and see the world beyond this world. From this moment on, that is my goal. Finishing his words, In-yi does not look back and returns to his planet. Returning to his homeland after decades, he seeks his bow once again. I will leave. In-yi's eyes redden with bloodshot veins. I will leave. The hands that once held the bow tighten. Though they are hands that have not held a bow for tens of thousands of years, it does not matter. Because the talent embedded in his bloodline, in his fate, has already reached the pinnacle of the In clan. No matter what, I will leave and see the wider world beyond. From that day forward, he resolves to devote himself to effort once more. However, quote. Where's my bow? There is no bow for you. The current head of the In clan. In-hang speaks coldly to In-yi. I discarded it long ago. Do you really think someone with such brilliant talent, who turned his back on the clan and stupidly stared at the desert all these years, deserves a bow? Wait a moment, you will not find a bow anywhere on this planet, nor anywhere in the crystal glass realm. That is my decree as the clan head. Even if you try to craft a bow yourself, I will destroy it. In-hang, you have a face that looks as if you want to put in effort after finally finding a reason. Ha, don't make me laugh. There is a time for effort. While you wasted away, staring at the desert like a fool, I poured in blood and sweat to inherit the position of clan head. I am the clan head now. Quote. Then, even if I must make one with my own hands. Wo Wang, just as In-yi melts nearby objects with his Dan fire to create a bow and arrow. Pyong, a streak of light flashes past, and the bow and arrow he was forming shatter into pieces. While you only sat idle, I truly put in effort. And now you come here to pretend to start trying. I said don't make me laugh. Now, you don't even have the right to put in effort. Even effort has a time granted by the heavens. From now on, you won't even be able to try. Because I will stop you. Do you understand? Quote. What blocks In-yi's path is, in the end, none other than his own past, the years in which he never put in any effort. In-yi clenches his teeth. Then, he takes his stance, aiming at the void. Without any energy or Dan fire, he merely positions himself and mimics shooting an arrow. Seeing this, In-hang scoffs and turns away. Quote. Good. Without any bow or arrows, keep making those pathetic motions. That is the punishment of the In clan to you, who has kicked away his own talent and time. The world is growing hotter. The 10 suns are nearly complete, and the radiance 10 heavens are resonating, intensifying the heat. Now, even the integration stage grand cultivators are beginning to feel the scorching heat. The crystal glass realm is no longer a place where living beings can survive. The entire planet has become a blazing hell. The living beings take refuge in the inner worlds created by the 3 divine spirits, Yohei, Hamjin, and Yuhi, to preserve their lives. Now, only cultivators at the 4-axis stage and beyond can move and act in this blazing hell. Warurururuk. And within his homeland that has become a blazing hell. At the very place where Hamjin once met In-yi, a lone grand cultivator is gesturing towards the sky. It is In-yi. It's hot. He closes his eyes. How many times has he repeated the motion of drawing the bowstring? At some point, he succeeded in vividly recreating the memory of the time when a bowstring was truly in his hands. Reviving that memory, he's been shooting arrows. There is no bow, no arrow, and whenever he tries to create them, In-hang immediately intercepts and shatters them like a ghost. But it does not matter. Back then, I had a bow and arrow, but I had no heart. Now, it is the opposite. Now, I have the heart, but no bow to shoot. Even gathering energy into shape is not allowed. If he so much as condenses energy into the form of a bow or arrow, In-hang's interception will come immediately. Yet, strangely, he finds that it does not matter. The pinnacle of archery is no heart, Wu Xin. A truth once imparted to him by the god of the crystal glass realm. Practice with no thought, Wu Nian. If I do so, even without a bow or arrow, I will definitely be able to draw closer to the pinnacle of archery. He senses the gazes that bind him. Once, only the gaze of the god of the crystal glass realm, Xiao Unyun, followed him. But ever since In-hang's warning, now, he is once again under the eyes of not just In-hang but the entire clan. In-yi recalls how he once despised being watched. Within this burning hell, as he puts in the effort he had never given in the past, he is able to reflect on himself. I see. I hated being watched. Gazes are expectations. Every gaze carries an intention. Even staring blankly at the sky contains an unconscious intention of wanting to feel at ease. And Inyi hated carrying expectations. Especially expectations with the bow. Because he never liked the bow. To be burdened with expectations tied to something he did not even enjoy was suffocating. It felt like being trapped behind invisible bars, shackled in chains. Right, that's why I revealed that I could see the god to the entire clan. Then, I used his advice as justification to run away. Pot. Unconsciously, Inyi releases the bowstring. A hole pierces the target he was aiming for. At some point, the gaze of Inhang who has been watching him grows even more intense. Pishit. A streak of light grazes Inyi's cheek. Blood trickles down. It is Inhang's warning. To stop trying. To continue wandering the desert as before. That is the message behind the warning. But Inyi ignores it and continues pulling back the imaginary bowstring. Pete, you've grown strong, Inhang. Once, Inhang was not even a match for Inyi. He was the overwhelming next family head, while she was just an average late-stage disciple. Only when he began staring blankly at the desert, rebelling, and kicking away the position of next family head did the opportunity finally fall to her. But now, it is different. Through bone-grinding effort, Inhang has become capable of shooting arrows so fast that even Inyi cannot perceive them. Is this the gap between one who has merely breathed and one who has carved away their bones? Feeling the distance between himself and Inhang, he caresses the imaginary bowstring even more fervently. And with each motion, more and more persistent gazes start latching onto him. Among them are the three divine spirits of the crystal glass realm, Yohi, Hamjin, Yuhi. And even the gaze of an unknown, chilling presence reeking of blood and rotting corpses. In the midst of those gazes, he realizes. I hated being watched. I hated their expectations. I hated being oppressed. Yes. Pong. Flames tear apart in a perfect circle. Pawak. An arrow from Inhang pierces through space and buries itself in Inyi's body. The arrow of light, fired by Inhang, buries itself in his body before scattering. Yet, he once again pulls back the imaginary bowstring and smiles. I wanted to be free. Pong. The heart of Inyi, once more fired forward, pierces through the flames before vanishing. But it has not disappeared completely. It has merely transcended planes, reaching fate. Pong. A hole is pierced in filling the heavens governing view. It is not a large hole, and even that is soon filled in by the surrounding mist. Pukwik. Another arrow from Inhang embeds in his body. But Inyi pays it no mind. He cares for nothing else, focusing everything on the tip of his arrow. I never wanted to hold a bow. Pong. I never wanted to be born into the Yin clan. Pong. I never wanted to be born into the heating crystal glass realm. Pong. I wanted to break free from my bridle and see a wider world. It was not because the desert seemed meaningless that he liked it. It was because it seemed vast enough to hold any meaning he wished to give it. At last, he finds his dream. I want to go to a wider world. In search of freedom. Pong. His arrow pierces through filling the heavens governing view. And this time, the path left in its wake does not close. At some point, he has fallen into a trance. And Inyi gradually begins to see it. The countless gazes and the thoughts their owners hold. Hope can be seen. The thoughts of the unruly one. Could it be that boy? The thoughts of the twin constructing one. Please, please. The thoughts of the obsidian one. This is chilling. Co Unyun. The thoughts of the one reeking of rotting corpses and blood. Single quote. What is that talent? Why did he waste it all this time? Why did he make me admire him, only to run away? Why did he make me love him, only to leave? Why did he make me like him, only to become garbage? If he was going to return, then what have I been doing all this time? The thoughts of Inhang. That is the greatest talent in the history of the Yin clan. The pinnacle divine technique that stands face to face with the god of the crystal glass realm. I envy him. It's beautiful. I am jealous. Why, when he possesses such power? Just what meaning does it hold? How is something like that possible? The gazes of the Yin clan members, along with the countless integration stage grand cultivators of the present crystal glass realm. Those countless gazes become chains that bind Inyi. Yet, though he may be trapped by those chains, the arrow he shoots soars freely into the sky. There lies Inyi's heart. His heart alone remains free. His heart escapes all those gazes and pierces through the sky. But there is one gaze he cannot escape. A man in white. The gaze of the crystal glass being, Seo Unyun. Under the eyes of this god of the crystal glass realm, he cannot escape. I will escape. His gaze is too vast. Not only the present space-time, but also the future, and even the entire history of the Yin clan unfolds beneath his sight. I will escape. In Yi observes himself. He repentantly enlightens himself and reads the will of the crystal glass being entangled in his clan's history. He hates the bow, because in the end, it is a weapon made to kill someone. What he longs for is freedom, not to kill. Yet, he was born with an overwhelming talent for killing. A talent for the bow. That's why he sought to escape from his talent first. I will escape, but it's ironic. To escape the bridle, he must first reach the pinnacle of the bridle. The only thing he knows how to do is shoot arrows, and so, to escape that talent, to escape that fate, he must shoot. He continues to shoot his arrows. Even as he is struck by Inhang's arrows. Even under the gaze of the crystal glass being. Even under the countless expectations and stares that he hates. As he begins to dream, he begins making endless effort. How much time passes beneath the fate of light that sets the world ablaze? Single quote. What is that? Suddenly, Inyi notices something strange. Everything in the world disappears, leaving only himself and the target. At first, he cannot see the target clearly. But the more arrows he fires at it, the more distinct it becomes. At some point, he realizes the identity of that target. The target is himself. Quote. I found it. My fate. He smiles brightly. Then, without hesitation, he releases the bowstring with all his strength, aiming at the target. The heart that shoots out from his grasp pierces through himself far too easily. Kukwik. At that moment, an overwhelming pain surges through his entire body, and with it, an indescribable sense of euphoria engulfs him. My fate. I shot. My fate. The moment he realizes this. The state of oneness with the world he had been immersed in during the unstained time ends. Kahek. Hiok. Warururururuk. Single quote. It's hot. Inyi regains consciousness. Someone is shaking him wildly. Yi, you damned bastard. Quote. Hang. Shut up. Just what did you do to your body? What did you do? Why isn't it healing? Why? What he sees as his mind clears is Hang shedding tears. Quote. I shot. My fate. Who, even with decent, immortal arts, it won't work. Fuck, you goddamn idiot. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Fuck. I became the head of the clan, so that you could do whatever you wanted. I knew a long time ago that you hated archery. That's why I became the head, so that a bastard like you who hates archery could roam around freely, so that I could take on the troublesome position in your place. But who the hell shoots themselves with the bow that they so hate? Just what kind of idiot is that? She trembles, shaking Inyi's body. Quote. It's hot. Inyi smiles. Hot. He has always felt overheated because of the surrounding light. But he didn't know this until now. The light has always been around him. And it has always been within him. Outside, inside, it's hot. Of course it is, you fool. What kind of madman shoots arrows for tens of thousands of years as if possessed? Damn it, it's all over anyway. The 10th sun is almost complete. The crystal glass realm is now filled with light and heat. Ham Jin, Yohi, and Yuhi can all sense it. The moment 10 suns rise, and the crystal glass realm becomes filled with light and heat. They will die, not simply from being burned alive, but from an enormous explosion that will erupt from the light and heat. The Radiance 8 immortals govern rebirth. Thus, the moment a vestige liberation immortal completes the 10 suns of the Radiance 10 heavens, they explode within the light and heat, undergoing rebirth. Within this explosion, Mount Sumeru absorbs the radiance, and the vestige liberation immortals who endure the absorption advance, while those who fail are devoured by the Radiance Supreme Deity. That is the upper immortal advancement ritual. Now, the 10th sun is on the verge of being born. It has been approximately 9.6 million years since Seo Unyun began creating the crystal glass realm. At first, the creation of a fixed star took a million years, but due to the resonance of the fixed stars, the process gradually shortened. Now, the 10th fixed star shines brightly, hurtling towards the end of the crystal glass realm. Wu Wang. Due to attraction force, the crystal glass realm begins to take shape in order. The planets align in a straight line. The aligned planets take formation in an optimal array to receive the power of the fixed stars, preparing for the imminent upper immortal advancement of the crystal glass being. Creating 10 stellar systems, and grinding all beings within them to advance. That is the upper immortal advancement. Knowing this, Yohi breaks into a cold sweat as she gazes at the answer they have sought for nearly 10 million years. She stares at the pinnacle of the Yin clan, In Yi. In a world growing ever brighter. In Yi smiles in Hang's embrace. Hang, I think, I'm going to die now. But now that death is near, I understand. I see the way to escape the gaze of the crystal glass being. He raises his hand towards the void. Then, he mimics the motion of pulling back a bowstring. I think, I can shoot and, go to somewhere, free, somewhere, wider. His expression is one of regret. He looks as if he could stop breathing at any moment. Watching him, Ham Jin feels as if his blood is drying up. Teacher, the descendant of In Yi and you arranged is about to die. How in the world do you intend to overcome this crisis? Teacher, it's at that moment, Shoot. In Hang bites her lip and places her bow into In Yi's hands. Everything is on the verge of ending anyway. So, even if it's you, who abandoned the Yin clan, at least for today. I'll let you hold it. What you wanted so desperately that you even shot yourself to obtain, try to obtain it with this. I don't like it. This thing called the bow, as always. Shut up and knock the arrow. Forcing you who hates the bow to shoot. That is my final punishment as the clan head to you who abandoned the clan. Yi staggers as he rises. Since he wounded his very fate, he looks as though he might die at any moment. But even so, he trembles as he aims his bow towards the sky. Yet, he lets out a dry laugh. I can't pull it back. I have no strength. Watching him, In Hang wears a strange expression. A face that seems both on the verge of tears and smiling. After shooting like that for tens of thousands of years, of course you can't. Then, Hang places her hand over Yi's. From behind, Hang embraces Yi, pulling the bowstring together with him. Now, you can shoot, right? Who knows? In Yi shifts his gaze to the side. Beside him stands a man in white. Seo Un Yun's stands, watching him. Something more might be needed. Just then, as In Yi speaks in riddles, someone steps forward. The three divine spirits of the crystal glass realm. It's Yohi, Ham Jin, and Yuhi. Let us help as well. Allow us to shoot with you. Ham Jin looks towards the same place In Yi does. Seo Un Yun's will and Ham Jin's will commune with each other. Senior. All right. I, the immortal treasure of the crystal glass being Seo Un Yun, twin constructing chain Yohi, act as the agent of the Lord. You, who have made a contract with the Lord. You, who have made a promise with the Lord. Come forth to this place. At Yohi's declaration, the void distorts. Normally, this is a space-time of emptiness that no one should have been able to interfere with. However, Yohi, acting as the agent of Seo Un Yun, calls upon his promise, and Ham Jin borrows Ohai Seo's power to connect the contractors into this space-time. Kurururururu. The void splits open, and two powerful wills descend upon the space. Yuhi protects the mortal beings from perishing under the wills. Well, who do we have here? Ahaha, truly, living long enough lets you see everything. To think that evil god Yi Xian would one day look up to us. Ha Woon and Juk Ru. It is the two sworn sisters who once lived as nothing more than Yohi's slaves. Yohi glares at the will of the two beings, grinding her teeth in humiliation. Please, I beg of you, you, who once exchanged promises with my master. Please lend us your strength in this place. Ahahaha, truly, living long enough lets you see everything. Good, if our Yohi is begging like this, we have to lend a hand. Kugugugugu. As the wills of the two upper immortals descend, their immortal arts emerge. Immortal art, cutting river. Immortal art, ominous dragon. The two immortal arts take form, and Yohi, who once wielded the immortal arts through immortal treasures, skillfully combines them to create a certain shape. The flowing immortal art of cutting river imbues in Hang's bow and arrow. The bow and arrow in Yi's hands darken, rippling like a river. Through the immortal art of ominous dragon, Yohi, Ham Jin, Yuhi, as well as the members of the Yin clan, and all living beings present in this crystal glass realm, have their lives intertwined into a form of a writhing piece of flesh. For a moment, countless consciousnesses intertwine. Yuhi stabilizes the merged consciousnesses instantly using ghostly energy through the ghost path method. Just a moment. Oh divine spirits, this is heavy. Hang begins sweating as the weight of the bow increases under the infused immortal arts. Then, Ham Jin speaks calmly. Do not worry. Why do you think we are all connected? Chiok. Wu Wang. In Hang suddenly feels as if countless beings are overlapping behind her, just as she is overlapping with In Yi. The ones drawing the bow are no longer just Yi and Hang. The entire In clan, their collective consciousness, their very lives. It feels as if all the living beings of the crystal glass realm are placing their hands upon the bowstring. Jijijijijik. The combined strength of all living beings in the crystal glass realm lifts the bow, drawing back the string. Ham Jin trembles as he watches. Single quote. So it was this, teacher. Wu Wang. The very scene that Xiao Unyun's barely regained consciousness envisioned. The moment he dreamed of through immortal arts without a single star. The family of In Yian. The moment when they would all draw their bowstring toward the heavens. This was the future that Xiao Unyun had long drawn. Ham Jin wipes away his tears at the awe-inspiring sight. Ku. Other than Yi, all the living beings of the crystal glass realm are holding the bow. However, in Ham Jin's eyes, it appears as if the arrow that Xiao Unyun once knocked and drew in the past is only now being released. Finally, Xiao Unyun's will overlays itself upon the bowstring of the In clan. The power of the impermanent sword settles within them, and Xiao Unyun smiles from within the history of the bloodline he has brought into the world. Ham Jin, witnessing the sight, shouts. Shoot, Yi, In Yian is within you now. And Yi, standing on the brink of death, smiles. The countless gazes that had been watching him. Those very gazes are now looking in the exact same direction as he is. Of course, no thought devoid of any heart is powerful. But to reach that state, you must first have a direction. And that direction is your heart. Xiao Unyun's advice flashes through his mind for an instant. At this very moment, countless hearts are forming a directionality stronger than anything else. And at the end of those directionalities, Yi succeeds in attaining perfect no thought. Kugugugugugek. The sky continues to brighten. Then, at a certain moment, the last fixed star of the radiance 10 heavens. The light of rain dew is born. Yi gazes directly at that newly born light and, within his no thought, releases the hand that holds the bowstring. Quote. Fly high and reach. Immortal art. Sunlight hunting, sun shooting. Exclamation mark. The history of In Yian, Yin Yuan, released from Yi's hands. Crosses the endless passage of time and pierces through the sunlight. That heart imbued with everyone's intent rips apart the newborn fixed star in a perfect circle, shattering the symbol of the snake. Sunlight hunting has begun. Author's note. This episode was overly long. I imagine some of you may have found it tedious. It seems my tendency for overly dramatic, convoluted storytelling is a chronic affliction of mine. While writing this part, I thought a lot about the disciple episode. I think many readers must have felt frustrated because of the excessive rambling, melodrama, and incomprehensible statements. But, even if I had to stretch the episode a little, this was a scene I absolutely wanted to write, a necessary build-up. In web novel, serialization, dragging things out and becoming tedious is practically a sin. And since I committed that sin in this episode, at the very least, that's how I see it, I have no excuses. All I can do is push forward with as much content and continuous updates as I can to finish the episode as an apology. Today's continuous updates are my personal atonement for this tedious episode, so I hope you will accept them. As always, I deeply thank everyone for your love for this work. Chapter 584. Sunlight Hunting 4. 8th Seat of the Radiance 8 Immortals. The Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord flinches and looks somewhere. It is not just them. The other Radiance 8 Immortals also seem to sense something unusual, exchanging glances over the countless corpses of divine spirits. Did you feel it? Yes. Someone has broken the formula of the Radiance 10 Heavens. One of the Vestige Liberation Immortals has begun to escape our domain. That means that someone will soon be free from the restrictions we imposed. They will escape our sight. Great Mountain, Salt Sea. If not for them, no one would have even dared to attempt this. The Radiance 8 Immortals each reveal their anger, once again directing their fighting will at the divine spirits targeting them. The first seat of the Radiance 8 Immortals. The Great Forest Heavenly Lord mutters in a voice laced with rage. As infuriating as it is, it does not matter now. Once Great Mountain's mantra is completed, we will have taken another step closer to our goal. The Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord responds to the Great Forest Heavenly Lord's words. Indeed, no matter who has escaped from us, once Great Mountain's plan succeeds, they will soon be annihilated. For now, let us focus on our collaboration with Great Mountain. The Great Forest Heavenly Lord and the Rain-Dew Heavenly Lord stand as a pair, while the other Radiance 8 Immortals take their positions below them. Hundreds of true immortals rushed towards them. You lunatic Radiance 8 immortals. We trusted you, and yet, what kind of madness is this? Joining hands with that devil god, what vile act are you committing? Shockingly, most among them were once members of Radiance Hall. What kind of monsters have we been believing in all this time? Was that vile and arrogance truly the will of the Radiance Supreme Deity? If only we had known how mad you truly were. O Radiance 8 immortals, answer us. Is this truly the will of the Radiance Supreme Deity? One of the true immortals, who had once been a faithful devotee of Radiance Hall, cries out in despair. Even the 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals, San Shi San Tian Ling Long Bao Xian, of Radiance Hall understand the grand cause and follow the command with loyalty, yet you fail to grasp it. The Sword Spear Heavenly Lord speaks, looking down at the divine spirits with utter disdain. You vermin who mock fate at your whim, tormenting mortals and suppressing the freedom of all beings. The Great Sun Heavenly Lord also mutters, looking down at them as if they are trash. I have long known that you wretched scum used our shared affiliation to oppress and torment mortals. Receive your heavenly punishment, you despicable trash. Wu Wang, light begins to radiate from the Great Forest Heavenly Lord and the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord. Let's finish this, Rain Dew. Begin, Great Forest. Flash. From the Great Forest Heavenly Lord, the form of a snake's head emerges. The shape that appears then extends, connecting to the flower plant, Great Sun, Torch Candle, Sword Spear, Pearl Jade, and Great Sea Heavenly Lords, drawing the snake's body. And finally, at the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord, the shape concludes as the snake's tail. The Radiance 8 immortals begin to clasp their hands together, and at the very center of the black snake biting its tail that they have drawn, the seed of light begins to emerge. Glory be. The Great Forest Heavenly Lord's eyes gleam as they utter the first words, and the Rain Dew Heavenly Lord follows. To the Radiance Supreme Deity. Light begins to erupt, filling heaven and earth, and the immortal bodies of countless divine spirits crumble all at once. No prophecy, no history revision matters. Before that overwhelming, brutal rampage, no one can resist. Once again, a great massacre unfolds at the hands of the Radiance 8 immortals. A fixed star explodes. But in that moment, the immortal art of cutting river held in Inyi's hand, and the immortal art of ominous dragon that forcibly connects the living spirits of the crystal glass realm, begin to wane. Yohi shouts in alarm. Hey, wait, you two. You can't be serious. One shot isn't enough. Just help a little more. Ha Woon and Jukru sneer at her and speak. Why should we? The promise we made with your master was to lend aid with a single use of our immortal arts. The promise has been fulfilled. Yohi grits her teeth. It is absurd to claim that loosing a single arrow has already exhausted their one use of immortal arts. If they want to, they can still grant a lot more mercy. Had Xiao Unyun been the one to summon them, the sisters would have undoubtedly shown him more than enough mercy. Yohi understands. The reason Ha Woon and Jukru are acting this way is because they are dealing with her, not Xiao Unyun. They have something they want from her, and so they are being deliberately difficult. Damn it. Fine, whatever it is you want. I'll try to give it as much as I can, so please, lend us your strength. I have no idea what you're talking about. How could someone like you possibly give us what we want? Damn this. I'll let you use me as much as you want, so just hand over the power. Right now, Yohi shouts furiously, blurting out exactly what the sisters want to hear. Hearing her declaration, the sisters cackle before responding in a voice filled with delight. The disciple of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity shall bear witness. Should the agreement be broken, you will be swallowed by the corpse mountain blood sea of the Great Mountain Supreme Deity. Ahahaha. To think the day would come when we can finally take full revenge on the vile enemy who toyed with us. Wu Wang, observing from a distance, Ohai Seos will records Yohi's words. Laughing gleefully, the sisters once again bestow their power upon Yi. Yohi lets out a deep sigh, her face aged as if she had lived 10 million more years. Whatever the case, anything is better than this cramped spacetime of emptiness. Damn it all. Thus, through Yohi's sacrifice, the connections receive additional aid from the upper immortals and once again draw their bowstring toward the sky. Yi maintains his state of no thought, facing the light of Great Sea with a calm expression. Sun shooting, Shiri. The heart of no thought soars to the sky, pierces through filling the heavens governing view, and tears the sun apart once more. 2 suns have crumbled. Kugugugugu. With that, the main body of the crystal glass being, which had been seized by the light, begins to move. Ham Jin grits his teeth and soars into the sky. Forgive me, teacher. Yuhi, take over the relay with Ohaiseo. Leave it to me. Quarururuk. Unruly chain Bu Cheng Suo, Ham Jin. His immortal art is an immortal treasure is unruly Bu Cheng. It is an immortal art greatly influenced by the non-toppling, non-standing of the flattening heaven esteemed one, Ham Rak, of the horned ox race. The ability of unruly is as follows. As long as Ham Jin does not give up, all force directed at him is absorbed and deviates from its original intention. Quarururuk. Ham Jin, transformed into chains of black and blue, coils tightly around the immortal body of the crystal glass being Seo Unyun. Seo Unyun's filling the heavens governing view clashes against Ham Jin's unruly. Quarururung. Ham Jin groans in agony as if his entire body is about to be torn apart. Shoot quickly, I can't hold on for more than a moment. Ham Jin clenches his teeth, and Yuhi begins summoning the authority of Ohaiseo's corpse mountain blood see-through ghost fire stones. Forgive me, my master. Kugugugugu. Space-time rips open as Ohaiseo's single strike is summoned into the area. A colossal arm formed from corpse mountain blood sea emerges into the space. Yet, even while bound by the unruly chains and still sealed by the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag, Seo Unyun's immortal body activates filling the heavens governing view. A hazy mist forms, creating an identical arm to the one summoned by Ohaiseo. The two massive arms clash in the void, and despite being restrained, the arm of filling the heavens governing view shatters the arm of corpse mountain blood sea, throwing it aside. But through this, Yi seizes an opening. The third sun shooting! Exclamation mark. Sound is erased, and the crystal glass realm quakes. The light of great forest explodes. Now, only 7 fixed stars remain. Yuhi looks at Yi with eyes filled with hope. As the radiance 10 heavens constructed by Seo Unyun's immortal body collapses. As Seo Unyun's immortal body weakens, Seo Unyun's will, intertwined with Yi, grows clearer. He is gradually regaining his mind and strength. Ham Jin was right. The more Seo Unyun escapes from the radiance 10 heavens, the stronger he becomes. Kururururung. But immediately, the crystal glass realm trembles. All attraction forces in the crystal glass realm begin converging towards Yi's location. Yuhi looks at Yohi and Ham Jin. Yohi has sold her body to the upper immortals, and Ham Jin is sacrificing himself, even to the point of enduring fatal wounds, to stop Seo Unyun. Now it is my turn. Quadududuk. KKI. Kuog. Yuhi begins tearing off parts of his own body. A sacrifice far greater than ordinary prophetic stars, far more potent than any ghost fire stone Yuhi has offered, is presented to Ohaiseo. Just as Seo Unyun once offered his desire for a name to Hyeon Rang and ripped out his lust and cast it to Zhengli, Yuhi now rips out the material greed clinging to his spirit and burns it as a sacrificial offering to Ohaiseo. Warurururuk. Take this, Seo Unyun. Once again Ohaiseo's authority begins to be summoned into this place. This time, there are 2 arms of corpse mountain blood sea. Each arm carries both a sacred aura and a wicked aura. A jade of yin-yang and 5 elements, larger than an entire stellar system, envelops Seo Unyun's main body. Split, lie. A thunderous roar erupts as if heaven and earth are collapsing, and the authorities of Seo Unyun and Ohaiseo collide. Seizing that moment, Yi's arrow bursts apart the light of flower plant. Seo Unyun's authority seems to be pushed back by Ohaiseo's immortal art. But even though the formula of the radiance 10 heavens bursts apart, Seo Unyun does not fall. Instead, he overwhelms Ohaiseo's authority. Quagwagwang. The 2 arms of corpse mountain blood sea explode, and Seo Unyun's main body remains unscathed. Chiok. And, once again, Yi draws his bowstring. Rain dew, great sea, great forest, flower plant. A total of 4 lights are extinguished. The moment Seo Unyun's attraction force completely pushes Ohaiseo's will out of the crystal glass realm. Yi releases the bowstring once more. Exclamation mark. Jaejaong. Great sun splits apart. Great sun radiates an immense burst of light before vanishing into oblivion, and Seo Unyun's main body trembles as if struck by an impact. But immediately after, Seo Unyun's will, filled with glass true fire, turns towards Yi. Ha, if I had another chance to choose, screw the return of vast cold or whatever. I would have just sold you off to Radiance Hall. Damn master. Twin constructing chains Yohi lets out a tearful sigh as she transforms into a pung and soars into the sky. Yuhi, realizing that Yohi alone is not enough, follows suit and flies alongside her. Twin constructing twin destruction, flawless. Antimatter erupts from Yohi's entire body, while a very faint black circle takes shape behind Yuhi's back. Kugwagwagwang. The two immortal treasures are struck by the glass true fire and sent flying, and Yi's next arrow pierces through that gap. No thought. From the depths of that no thought, Yi infuses his heart as he releases the bowstring. Countless connections are intertwined within his hands. Hana, the entire In clan, the living beings of the crystal glass realm, the three divine spirits of the crystal glass realm, and the will of the crystal glass being Seo Unyun. Yet, for some reason, a strange feeling stirs within him. There's more. Suddenly, he glances back for a brief moment. Countless silhouettes are gazing at him, and their numbers are far greater than all the living beings of the crystal glass realm. Far, far more. This is, yes, I see. These are your connections. They are the connections of the crystal glass being. As Seo Unyun regains his will and strength, the canvas of myriad forms and connections begins to infuse into Yi, lending him strength. Zhejiang. The sunlight of torch candle explodes. The lights of rain dew, great sea, great forest, flower plant, great sun, and torch candle have fallen in sequence. Only 4 lights remain. Yi aims at the light of pearl jade. Seo Unyun's immortal body, having sent Yohi and Yuhi flying, reveals its fury as it casts its will once more. A sudden fear creeps into Yi's heart. But Seo Unyun's steadily strengthening will begins to support him. It's hot. Yi's eyes gleam. Even though the sunlight has diminished, he somehow feels even hotter. This is not an illusion. Warurururuk. Candle flame. A massive candle flame, burning through the hazy mist as its medium, rises from within them, shielding Yi. A fist of hazy mist from Seo Unyun's main body strikes the barrier formed by the candle flame. Zhejiang, I am supporting you. Seo Unyun's voice reaches Yi's ears. Just keep your eyes on the scene you have dreamed of. At that moment, a transcendent sensation fills Yi's entire being. It is a divine perception that encompasses Qi, soul, fate, and also the underworld, interdimensional void, source river, and the flower field. Seo Unyun is lending his senses to Yi. Tears stream from Yi's eyes. It's beautiful. The history of Seo Unyun, who must have ceaselessly honed himself to build up such a sense, feels overwhelmingly beautiful. A transcendent perception of divine status that Yi would never have dared to dream of. Recognizing his natural humility before Seo Unyun, he draws his bowstring. Focus. Surrendering his body to the senses Seo Unyun has granted him, he releases the bowstring towards his target. Flash. Once again, light erupts. Kwang. The entire crystal glass realm trembles. The light of pearl jade collapses and explodes. Now, only 3 remain. Castle wall, field garden, and sword spear sun. Wu Wang. Yi senses Seo Unyun's will growing even stronger. Which one should we deal with first? Field garden first. Seo Unyun whispers calmly, and Yi takes aim at the light of field garden. Seo Unyun's main body once again attempts to suppress them with brutal immortal arts. But in an instant, from where Seo Unyun's will resides, a resounding dragon's roar echoes, repelling his main body. Clang. And at last, Ham Jin, who had been restraining Seo Unyun's main body all this time, is flung away, laughing. This dragon's roar, he feels it. His teacher, freed from the seal, is becoming an even greater existence. Tukwang. The light of field garden explodes. The lumps of light spread throughout the crystal glass realm, and Seo Unyun's will becomes even clearer, smiling as if feeling refreshed. Well done. What comes next? Only the sons of Sword Spear and Castle Wall remain. And Seo Unyun's main body flies forward at great speed before the fixed star of Castle Wall, blocking the way. As if determined to protect at least that sun at all costs. Seo Unyun's increasingly vivid will presses down even more firmly on Yi and Hang's hands, overlapping them. Up until now, the combined strength of all living beings in the crystal glass realm had drawn the bowstring. But now, it feels as if only Seo Unyun and Yi remain in this place. Seo Unyun's power overwhelms everything, drawing the bowstring with immense force, while Yi feels as though his only role is to pour his heart into the arrow that has been drawn. He looks at his main body, which stands in the way of the light of Castle Wall. It's always better to pierce through what's open rather than what's blocked, isn't it? No, piercing that first is the right choice. Seo Unyun and Yi take aim at the star of Castle Wall and the main body blocking it. Can you pierce through them together? If God aids me, then of course. Good, let's pierce them both together. As he gazes at the 9th sun to be pierced, he murmurs softly. It is a message to himself. Because if it were master, he would surely wish for this. His master was born a snake, yet cast aside the fate of biting its tail with his own hands. A snake biting its tail. A pitiable existence that is trapped by itself, forever cycling. His master broke free from that fate. Thus, if his disciple were to face such a situation, he would wish for him to break free as well. You are already within me. The attachment to worldly possessions that his master left behind has long been discarded. There is no need to linger on it. Tukwang. A single arrow, released from the hands of Yi and Xiao Unyun, pierces the sky. It tears through the atmosphere, pierces through the stars, and breaks through, filling the heavens' governing view. Their heart, even piercing the flesh of Xiao Unyun's main body, at last strikes the very center of the sun of Castle Wall, setting forth an explosion of light. The entire crystal glass realm begins to distort wildly. The ruler of the crystal glass realm has suffered a fatal wound. At the same time, the space-time of emptiness, which had expanded around Xiao Unyun, begins to shake uncontrollably. The will of Ohai Xiao, which had been expelled beyond the crystal glass realm, once again starts to erode the world. Xiao Unyun's will becomes more distinct than ever before. The will that had only existed within the bloodline and history of the Yin clan now feels more like the main body than the main body itself. Yohi lets out a hollow laugh as she witnesses the immense power beginning to surge from Xiao Unyun. Yuhi peacefully smiles, as if everything has been resolved. Ham Jin watches the power beginning to surge from Xiao Unyun and breaks into a broad smile. And, Yi, who is standing closest to Xiao Unyun, hands over the bow and arrow he has been holding. Will you not shoot with me? It is beyond my strength. As a mortal being, having shot down 9 suns, is enough. I leave the last one to you. And also, he smiles faintly, aren't we together anyway? Xiao Unyun receives Yi's smile and laughs. You have realized much. What Yi hands to Xiao Unyun is not just a simple bow and arrow. His heart, the will of the entire crystal glass realm, is already contained within it. Even if his hands let go, his heart still shoots alongside him. If it is Xiao Unyun, he will surely be able to shoot forth all of those hearts. Yi has no doubt. Please show me the history of Yin and my dream. Were you not the one who wished to be free from me? How is it that you entrust your freedom to me? Did you not entrust us with life? So, this is merely repaying the grace. In Yi, Xiao Unyun receives Yi's heart and moves forward, asking, let me ask you one thing. Kiak, the final light. All the hearts are aimed at the light of Sword Spear. If you had to define the time we spent together in a single word, what word would you choose? As Yi feels the strength draining from his body, a certain scene that surfaces in his mind leaves his mouth. Countless lights and shadows flicker through his thoughts. His life had been divided into 2. The time of emptiness spent in the desert, and the time of effort endured in the burning hell. Twilight, light and shadow. Recalling the endless cycle of day and night throughout the years, Yi utters that name. Xiao Unyun trembles at the name. Wouldn't twilight be fitting? A fine name. Hearing those words, Xiao Unyun releases the bowstring. The last sun remaining in the crystal glass realm. The light of Sword Spear erupts with an explosion more powerful than any other sun. Yet even after shattering the final sun, the arrow fired by Xiao Unyun continues forward. As he watches the endlessly advancing arrow, he finally names the energy he has contemplated for millions of years. The heaven and earth spiritual energy that Xiao Unyun intended to name life and death energy, takes on a different name through Yi. Twilight true energy, Guangyin Zhen Qi, life and death, light and shadow. Is it perhaps because the name carries a meaning similar to Taiji? The name Xiao Unyun has chosen bestows him with immense power. Kugugugugu. The immortal Tao of repentant enlightenment embedded within Xiao Unyun's strength begins to tremble. Xiao Unyun half opens his eyes as he watches his own power explosively amplify. Look, Yi. The final arrow continues forward, tearing through all the mist and attraction force surrounding the crystal glass realm in a perfect circle, reaching the world beyond. Xiao Unyun lends his senses to Yi, allowing him to see the world beyond. Beyond the crystal glass realm, an endless spacetime of emptiness. In the void where only eternal darkness seems to exist, the arrow that has pierced through all the suns carves a path. That is, immortal art, impermanent sword. Its ability is retribution, and on this very day, the ability of retribution within the impermanent sword is unleashed at its strongest. The eternal time, Xiao Unyun spent suffering, trapped in darkness. Xiao Unyun and his subordinates, and all the time endured by the beings of the crystal glass realm now acts as retribution upon the heavenly venerable of the void. To give is to receive. That is retribution. The authority of Hyeon Mu has given Seo Eun-yun eternal solitude and confinement. Thus, Seo Eun-yun holds the rightful claim to receive the price of that solitude and confinement from Hyeon Mu's authority. The hearts of all carried by the final arrow serve as proof, executing the power of the impermanent sword. This is the world you will all live in from now on. Jaejong. The arrow infused with the power of the impermanent sword executes retribution, piercing straight through the spacetime of emptiness. Boundless distances and emptiness are compressed by retribution, and Hyeon Mu's authority is shattered head-on by the hearts of the connections. And then, beyond the gaping hole in the spacetime of emptiness, endless starlight pours in for the first time in nearly 10 million years. Yi gazes at a world far vaster than the crystal glass realm, a world resplendent with brilliant stars, and smiles brighter than ever before. Ku-gu-gu-gu-gu. With that smile, starlight pours down, and at the same time, the lights of the crystal glass realm begin to spill into the world. The radiance 10 heavens are not needed. Seo Eun-yun faces the world head-on, stepping beyond the spacetime of emptiness. The light I shall grant this world, is here. In Yi's smile, in Hang's relief, the wish of the Yin clan. The emotions and hearts of countless beings become a light more radiant than anything else, bursting forth with a brilliance greater than the radiance 10 heavens. Mount Sumeru begins to absorb that light, and an explosion ignites around the will of Seo Eun-yun embedded in history. Hear me, Mount Sumeru. The explosion engulfs the entirety of the crystal glass realm, yet, like the formless sword, it permeates through all those Seo Eun-yun does not wish to harm, leaving them unscathed. The only things that collapse are the traces of the radiance 10 heavens and the stars of prophecy that led him into madness. The name of this light is. And within that immense explosion, a new existence begins to spring. A being breaking free from the egg of vestige liberation immortal. A life born amidst explosion. Immortal beast, twilight Guang Yin, candle shadow Zhu Yin. A massive flame, composed of glass true fire, blazes into the form of a dragon's head, while hazy mist and aurora form a serpentine body that spirals in a helix. A spiraling candle dragon, that is the form of Seo Eun-yun, breaking free from 10 million years of confinement and unleashing a roar. Chapter 585. Hunter, Hunted 1. I can feel it, Jaejao Yuang, the countless hearts residing within the arrow that pierces the final sun. The power contained in those hearts collides directly against the will of the heavenly venerable of void. Then, it utterly shatters the will of the heavenly venerable of void. Perhaps it is due to the damage inflicted by Radiance Hall, or perhaps it is because the long-cherished wish, forged over tens of millions of years of history, is that powerful. The execution of retribution by the impermanent sword unfolds with immense power. Ku-gu-gu-gu-gu. I scatter the cultivation of the radiance 10 heavens and step forward with eyes wide open. The space-time of emptiness tears apart, allowing the starlight from outside to seep in. At the same time, the inner rays of light leak outward. A smile of freedom, passed down from the past. A smile of relief, passed down from the harbor. The smiles of countless beings, each carrying their own meanings. Even though the radiance 10 heavens have been scattered, my dominion over light has not disappeared. Because of that, I interpret these smiles with my own will. Holding dominion over light, I perceive their smiles as light itself. Stepping forward, I unleash the light of history that I have cultivated, illuminating it across all of Mount Sumeru. Single quote. I am sorry. Holding back the tears threatening to spill, I continue forward. I have broken my vow. As I think of Seo Lee, I engrave the light born from the history of Inyin onto the world. Forgive me, Seo Lee. I swore never to leave behind a split soul again. But I have broken that vow. Because the Inyin that Ham Jin encountered was, from the very beginning, a split soul imbued with the aura of my vast cold heavenly circle. Like Su In and Hong Yin, or like Seo Weol. A split soul that barely inherited the will and authority of the original body, merely a leftover spirit body. Lacking even my memories, it's ambiguous to even call him myself, but, that child was undoubtedly born with my heart. I will engrave you upon this world. In Yin, the entire In clan, and all the memories and history that unfolded in this crystal glass realm, I will engrave them. Stealing that will, I bestow light upon this world. At that very moment, I feel my entire being turning into photons. As the world absorbs my light, it is imposing a tribulation upon me. Ordinarily, a true immortal who fails to accumulate a sufficient amount of light is devoured by the radiant supreme deity. But I radiate my light with confidence. Take as much as you want. The enlightenment of the radiance 10 heavens that I have cultivated over 10 million years. and the light of yin that shattered it. Not a single one is lacking. The moment I firmly acknowledge this truth, I realize that I now stand at the crossroads of choice. Condensation or dispersion, attraction force or explosion, yin or yang. The choice is simple. Let's go. Flash. Light begins to explode from my body. From the moment I chose to detonate the radiance 10 heavens, the path was already decided. If I must rise to upper immortal, then I shall first advance to the position of immortal beast. The path of explosion, Zhejiao Yuang. My explosion is an explosion imbued with the impermanent sword. That explosion permeates through those who are not meant to be harmed while sweeping away everything that is. Not a single living being in the crystal glass realm is injured. But the planets of the crystal glass realm, the remnants of the radiance 10 heavens, my true body that had been briefly controlled by the snake and filled with its venom. All of it is swept away by the explosion. And within that explosion, everything begins to melt together. The stars of prophecy, the planets, the history lived by the inhabitants of the crystal glass realm, my true body that had been consumed by the venom of the radiance 10 heavens. All of it fuses into one. But it does not end there. The final gateway to the upper immortal advancement. Wu Wang. Before my eyes, an immortal Tao connected to a seed unfolds. A vestige liberation immortal is a kind of egg. And advancing to upper immortal is the process of breaking that egg. The most important aspect of the upper immortal advancement is relinquishing one's omnipotent potential. In the state of a vestige liberation immortal, one can dip their feet into countless immortal Taos. But from upper immortal onward, it is different. One must forsake all immortal Taos except for the one they have chosen. It is a process of becoming even more specialized in one's own immortal Tao. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. Swa. Somewhere, it sounds as if waves are crashing. Like tiny grains of salt gathering to form a sea. Accumulate repentant enlightenment to build a mountain. Accumulating. This is the immortal Tao of Great Mountain Tai Shan. The accumulation of small things into something great. This is the immortal Tao I walk, and the true nature of the immortal Tao that GWAKM has seized. However, whereas the Salt Sea Supreme Deity interpreted the seed through the accumulation of self-contemplation, I can sense that GWAKM has interpreted the seed in a far more cruel and devilish manner. Wu Wang. At that moment, as I fully enter into my immortal Tao, I realize that the breadth of my omnipotence is diminishing even further. As a vestige liberation immortal, I could make prophecies about anything without restriction. But from now on, it is different. From this moment forward, I can only make prophecies and revisions about the accumulation of small things into something great. Upon reaching upper immortal, while one's dominion over their immortal Tao strengthens, their omnipotence as a vestige liberation immortal is restricted to prophecies and revisions related to that immortal Tao alone. But that does not matter. After all, my entire life has been nothing but an endless accumulation of my own efforts. Upper immortal is the realm where one gains genuine authority and interpretation of their seat, as well as the ability to push forward with their interpretation. Repentant enlightenment is holding the enlightenment I have just attained in my heart, I succeed in fully stepping into my immortal Tao. Accumulating one's own life. It is somewhat different from that of my master, the Salt Sea Supreme Deity. And vastly different from that of GWAKM. I push forward with my interpretation, and within the explosion, I begin to be reborn as a new life. Kugugugugugu. Ah, that is. It is Taiji, the power of the history pathway I have chosen. And the power of the immortal Tao I have begun to walk. These two forces draw a Taiji within me, achieving harmony. I see now. Immortal cultivation in the realm of true immortality is moving forward while balancing fate, history, and the immortal Tao one has chosen. At the very moment the immortal Tao and the Taiji of the history pathway align. Kugugugugu. My form begins to take shape. Is it perhaps because I was poisoned with the venom of the snake for nearly 10 million years during the cultivation of the radiance 10 heavens? My body resembles a snake made of hazy mist. My head, much like when I was a vestige liberation immortal, takes the form of a massive candle flame of glass true fire. However, the candle takes on a grand shape of a dragon's head, and I feel the existence of me as an immortal beast being engraved upon this entire world. At the same time, the candle dragon race, which I have maintained through purple soul filling the heavens, formally connects with me, and I perceive their immortal beast true blood awakening. Recalling the symbol of my master, the salt sea being, I draw a helix and roar as if ascending to the heavens. Kugugugugugu. Space-time trembles, and at last, I break free from the egg, becoming the immortal beast, Candle Shadow Zuyin. Or, as some would call it, Candle Dragon. Jiang. Simultaneously, I feel something being ejected from my soul. Clang, clang, Jie Jiang. It is the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag. One of the 7 flags is pulled away from me. It seems that inflicting fatal damage upon myself by forcefully shattering the cultivation of the Radiant's 10 heavens, then advancing to upper. Immortal in that state, left the flag momentarily unable to bridge the gap in power. At the same time, I feel a profound enlightenment imprint itself upon my mind, and the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag that was drawn out is immediately reabsorbed, becoming one of my immortal treasures. Though having one of the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags extracted should be cause for celebration, I let out a low groan. Single quote. Damn it, Qua. Simultaneously, I sense the countless living beings of the crystal glass realm dying en masse. For a fleeting moment, as the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag was pulled away, I failed to control my power. In that state, I fully revealed my true body, causing them to vaporize. The souls of the crystal glass realm's living beings, perhaps influenced by Yi, find freedom and move towards an even vaster world. Watching this, I turn back. From where I resided just moments ago, only the corpses of Yi and Heng remain. They used an immortal art that squeezed their very lives and have fallen into slumber. It's when I gaze upon them with sorrow. Goo. Beyond the collapsing space-time of emptiness, the dimension distorts as something emerges. The familiar aura of Corpse Mountain Blood Sea. It's oh hi Seo. It's been a while, Seo Unyun. It's been a while, oh hi Seo. I lower my head slightly towards her. And, in any case, I appreciate the help. I was able to survive thanks to your aid as well. Really, thank you. Quote. Ha, you're ridiculous. For now, take this. She glares at me with gloomy eyes, then pulls something from her sleeve and tosses it toward me. They are 5 scrolls. As they draw closer, the scrolls gradually enlarge. By the time they reach me, they expand to the scale of a massive nebula. Immediately after, the nebula-sized scrolls begin to unfurl. It feels as if a nebula is cascading down like a waterfall before my eyes. But more than that, I flinch upon seeing what is drawn inside the scrolls. Quote. It is a Tangwa, and within that Tangwa, I see faces that are all too familiar. Kim Young-hoon, gripping a golden saber and poised to strike. Jaeon Myung-hoon, taking the form of 3 heads and 8 arms. Kang Min-hee, her figure barely visible within pitch-black darkness. Oh Hyeon Sok, boiling amidst the vapor of primordial chaos. And, quote. It was you. Only now do I understand why In-yee's fate was seeking freedom. In the final Tangwa, there is a noble figure draped in palace attire, resembling a light pink bird. It is Kim Yeon. Kim Yeon's power had seeped more subtly than even Oh Hai Seo's into the space-time of emptiness, intertwining with In Yeon's family. And in the end, it had lodged itself within In Yee's mind, shaping the conclusion. She had been with me all along. At the same time, I grasp the meaning behind these paintings and cover my face with one hand. If I don't, I feel as though I might break down and weep right now. These Tangwa are portraits. Nearly 10 million years have passed. To be precise, about 9.6 million years. And in all that time, only Oh Hai Seo and I remain. The moment I realize these Tangwa are the portraits of my comrades. The Tangwa. Among them, Kang Min-hee's Tangwa in particular surges with powerful energy, unveiling a miracle so astonishing my eyes widen. Kwa, the spirits of the crystal glass realm, who had just died due to me. And, In Yee, those whose fates have ended are now granted the right to remember this life and reincarnate. I can tell who drew these Tangwa. It is Kang Min-hee. The Tangwa she painted while pleading with the heavenly venerable of the underworld, imbuing it with the miracle I need most when I finally emerge from the spacetime of emptiness. That is the consideration she left behind. Quote. Thank you, Min-hee. I am able to be freed from the immense guilt of the debt I owe to In Yee and the countless other living beings. My heart feels at peace. Quorararik, and as if fulfilling their purpose upon sensing my peace of heart. The Tangwa scrolls, depicting my comrades, fold themselves up and rush towards me. Immediately after, the scrolls are absorbed into my soul, connecting with me just like the 5 elements blood curse banner and the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag. As I feel their presence, I turn to face Oh Hai Seo. These are, Kang Min-hee painted them. And she told me to give them to you when you escape from that emptiness. I don't know much, but judging by how even Kang Min-hee wasn't sure of the reason, it must have been advice from the god of death. Quote. Thank you for bringing this to me. Truly, thank you, O High CEO. I sincerely bow to O High CEO with a heart full of gratitude. However, she only lets out a small scoff. Don't misunderstand. It's not for you. I just couldn't refuse the request of O Yun Sok, my paternal uncle Ji Fu. Quote. Quote. I quietly gaze at her, and she, having finished speaking, looks back at me. My gratitude has been conveyed enough. However, I notice that the madness lurking within her gloomy eyes has not subsided even after 10 million years. Then, now that I've fulfilled my paternal uncle's final wish, I have nothing else holding me back. Quote. Oh High CEO, shut up. I have nothing more to say to you. There's only one thing left for me to do now. Goo. At that moment, multiple mountains of corpse mountain blood sea begin to appear around her. There was a great war. A war waged by the great mountain supreme deity and the Radiance 8 immortals holding hands. Of course, the great mountain supreme deity abandoned me here and disappeared to Punglai Island or who knows where, so the war was fought only by the Radiance 8 immortals. Anyway, during that time, I was sealed within the Earth Axis heavenly domain, gathering every last trace the great mountain supreme deity left behind there. Wu Wang, Oh High CEO continues speaking. At the same time, from somewhere far away, I begin to sense the presence of the 33 exalted upper immortals. The 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals. They are some of the few fanatics who didn't betray Radiance Hall during the Great War. Anyway, I've now become a being that cannot be sealed unless the upper immortals who are the 33 exalted do not combine their strengths. Even then, as an ender, I can use my authority to escape like this. Of course, the 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals are incredibly powerful and troublesome fanatics. With eyes clouded with madness, she briefly glances at the direction where the beings of the 33 exalted are approaching. You get what I'm saying, CEO Unyun. I don't want to be interrupted by those bothersome guys. Before they interfere, let's settle this. The energy of Corpse Mountain Blood Sea begins to gather entirely towards her. She seems to be both a heaven immortal and an immortal beast. Her form changes into a monstrous amalgamation of bizarre symbols and shapes of numerous immortal beasts. In contrast, I return to my human form from that of an immortal beast and take my stance. Come at me, CEO Unyun. Let us end this ill connection. For a moment, I read the look in her eyes. Then, swallowing a silent breath, I soar. Goo. In the midst of all this, the presence of the 33 exalted continue to draw closer. I think I understand the way she wants to settle this. Short, swift, a single decisive clash. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. Almost simultaneously, the phenomena extinguishing mantra bursts from both our lips. Gik, Gigik. Centered around O High CEO, who has reached the realm of a great net immortal, an immense attraction force begins to form. At the same time, centered around the weight class that has reached the peak of great net immortal of my upper immortal true body, an attraction force that transcends imagination begins to emerge. Pure white light gathers in each of our hands. In O High Seo's hands, the 7 energies of yin-yang and 5 elements converge, forming the core of the phenomena extinguishing mantra. In my hands, the canvas of myriad forms and connections gathers, becoming impermanence. Goo. Centered around her yin-yang and 5 elements, stars begin to be drawn in. The place we stand is the good sight heavenly domain, which I have just emerged into after shattering the space-time of emptiness. The attraction force of the good sight heavenly domain reaches its peak. As the phenomena extinguishing mantra of she and I resonate, their power steadily increases. Before long, the attraction force grows to a level just shy of the phenomena extinguishing mantra demonstrated by the great mountain supreme deity in the 19th cycle. Goo. The river of stars is being pulled in. At first, it is a galactic group. Then, an entire galaxy. Next, a galaxy cluster is swallowed. Thus, 70 or so galaxy clusters are compressed within O High Seo's grasp, while in mine, only an increasingly transparent energy continues to gather. Then, in an instant, though much slower than the great mountain supreme deity of the 19th cycle, the eyes of O High Seo, who compresses the entirety of a space the size of the sun and moon heavenly domain into a single point of light within her hands, meets mine. No words are exchanged, but that alone is enough. Splitting, lie, Emperor D, she and I shout in unison. The 70 galaxy clusters concentrated in her grasp explode all at once, surging towards me. The way they are launched somehow resembles the salt sea returning dew jade. And I, in response, swing the transparent energy I have continuously gathered. The impermanence sword, refined to the extreme limit through the power of the phenomena extinguishing mantra. To face her, this alone is enough. Clutching the sword of impermanence, I rush forward in a proper stance, thrusting. The closer I get to her, the greater the pressure of the rays condensed from the galaxy clusters, threatening to crush my entire body. Yet, I do not falter, and I embed a prophecy into my sword. I prophesize, what I have accumulated shall never bend. That alone is enough. Flash, I pierce through the explosion of countless galaxies and reach beyond, where Ohio stands. I feel the clash between the immortal art imbued in my impermanence sword and the immortal art that forms the foundation of her being. Impermanence and tainted soul filling the heavens collide. And then, my sword shatters. Quaching, but my sword is impermanence Wuchang. A divine weapon that infinitely changes shape even if it breaks once. Thus, I grip the fragmented end of the sword, press forward, and pierce through her abdomen, simultaneously cleaving through the upper half of her body. It's quite cruel, that tainted soul filling the heavens of yours. Recalling what I felt when clashing against Ohio tainted soul filling the heavens. I let out a silent sigh. Though it ultimately became a tool for passing down love in the crystal glass realm, the tainted soul filling the heavens that she inherited from Coaol, became an immortal art far more violent and agonizing than ever imagined. In the crystal glass realm, it had merely undergone a slight change in property under the influence of Kim Yeon's power, which had seeped in unnoticed. You have made an immortal art that is far too cruel to yourself, Ohio. Ohio's tainted soul filling the heavens functions as the most cruel and agonizing immortal art upon herself. Ohio lets out a twisted laugh. Gradually, her body begins to break apart, fragmenting piece by piece. It seems she had poured all of her prophetic stars and ancient force into that true body. She is undergoing complete annihilation. Turning to look at me, she gives a distorted smile. You're really strong. You're filling the heavens governing view contained in your impermanence sword. That wasn't even meant to fight me in the first place, was it? With eyes filled with pain, she looks upon the trajectory I had taken as I tore through her ray of light. There, under the effects of my filling the heavens governing view and history revision, the galaxies that Ohio had crushed and obliterated with the phenomena extinguishing mantra are all returning to their rightful places. The civilizations numbering in the thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions, that had been moments from unjust destruction at Ohio's hands, are granted one more chance as the price of destruction through the retribution of the impermanence sword. Then, by utilizing the failure of filling the heavens governing view, it makes destruction itself fail through that one more chance. And by using my history revision as an immortal beast, I naturally weave these events together, so that no being suffers any harm from the battle that just took place between her and me. Of course, those civilizations must have felt horrifying pain and terror from experiencing destruction even once, but there is nothing I can do about that, so I choose to move on. A phenomena extinguishing mantra that does not crush and compress others to unleash its might, but one that forges your own immortal art to unfold. You're truly strong. I envy you. Envy, so much. With those final words, Ohio crumbles into dust within the void. Before, you once asked me. I mutter to the empty space where Ohio has scattered. You asked what I know about life. No reply comes, but I let out a bitter smile as I speak my response. Trapped in the crystal glass realm, living alongside the connections there, I've come to understand it a little. From In Yeon's family, I have learned so many things. Life is. Recalling the arrow of Inyi that pierced through the sun and continued soaring endlessly, I voice their enlightenment. Moving forward, even if no answer is in sight. Continuing to move forward, yearning for freedom and striving towards a wider world, moving forward. Perhaps that is what life is. That thought settles within me. Of course, moving forward is not the entirety of life. But surely, it is one of the important perspectives through which to view life. Now it really seems, the end is approaching. I let out a bitter smile as I gaze at Hyeon Mu, who has appeared like a midday phantom in the spot where Ohio had scattered. I will say this for the last time. Hand over your subordinate. So you were waiting for my rise as an immortal beast. Once one becomes an upper immortal, they can only enact prophecies and revisions related to their own immortal Tao. I can no longer use the heavenly venerable of the underworld as leverage to threaten Hyeon Mu as I did before. I give a bitter smile and raise my impermanence sword. For the one called martial god, it is truly cowardly. You are speaking strange words. Martial arts is simply martial arts. There is no such thing as cowardly. Do you think piercing an opponent's weakness is cowardly? Quote. I apologize. It was just a childish complaint. Goo. Beyond, I sense the 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals, who were said to have sealed Ohiseo, on the verge of descending. However, with a mere wave of Hyaon Emu's hand, they are cast away into a distant space without resistance. Now then, shall we see how much you have grown in 10 million years? Quote. I silently raise my impermanent sword. Perhaps, this is the final moment of the 1000-second cycle. Resolving to pour everything I have, I anticipate my final dance with the true martial great emperor. Chapter 586, Hunter, Hunted 2. I break into cold spiritual energy. Just facing her makes it feel as if space is twisting and time is compressing. An overwhelming sense of ominous dread, beyond what words can describe, coils around my entire being. However, I do not let it show. Instead, I let the momentum flow as naturally as possible, steadying my stance to counter-dance, however it may begin. Seeing me like this, Hyaon Mu smirks. Then, she suddenly asks, "Why did you kill Ohiseo?" Quote. Because she accepted it herself. I recall Ohiseo's final moments. 10 million years. Over that immense span of time, it seemed she had come to accept that Seo Whale could never be revived to some extent. But she could not fully let it go. That was why she had chosen to settle things with me. Her lover died by my hands. But Ohiseo still believed he was alive. However, as time passed, perhaps her heart changed a little. It seemed she had begun to accept, at least partially, the possibility that her lover was truly dead. Maybe the reason she willingly let herself die at my hands was because I let out a bitter smile. With her death, every last one of my fellow Enders from this era is now gone. If she could not meet him by dying, perhaps she thought she could reunite with him through true death. Although it's an irrelevant answer, it's a good one. Seems your insight is at least somewhat useful. Hyaon Mu speaks in cryptic words and lets something dangle from her hand. With just that simple motion, it feels as if my entire body is about to be crushed. Well, I suppose it's only normal for someone who's not even a true great net immortal and only in the weight class of one to have not seen it. You failed to notice the weave of fate that had been spun around her. The Radiance 8 immortals may have formed a temporary alliance, but why do you think they kept Ohiseo, the disciple of the great mountain supreme deity they so despised, alive all this time? Quote. Are you perhaps saying her death is somehow connected to the great mountain supreme deity's plans? That is right. The mantra the great mountain supreme deity seeks to recite would ordinarily take at least 100 million years, at most, 1 billion years. However, that one drastically reduced the duration by selectively placing misfortune upon their own fate. And that, selective misfortune, was precisely this. As Hyaon Mu continues, I narrow my eyes. GWAKM used a spell that would consider the death of their own disciple, Ohiseo, as misfortune, which would drastically accelerate the mantra. A madman. They calculated and positioned their own disciple as nothing more than a sacrificial piece on their board. Thus, very soon, their mantra will be complete. With gloomy eyes, Hyaon Mu raises her sword towards me. It would be best if this ends before that one's mantra activates. Quote. Just what exactly is their mantra? Do I have any reason to tell you? Enough talk. Come at me. Let me teach you a move. Quote. Sirring, my mind sharpens like a honed blade. Hyaon Mu's casual talk just now was likely an attempt to shake my focus with powerful information before the duel even began. One could call it cowardly since she tried to subdue me with something beyond mere martial arts, but I would not dare utter such words. Like a lion hunting a rabbit. A lion always hunts with all its might, whether its prey is a rabbit or a deer. From Hyaon Mu's perspective, I must be nothing more than a rabbit, to be hunted with full force. How long have I been facing the hunter from the prey's perspective? Sirring, the tip of Hyaon Mu's weapon shifts ever so slightly. That is the trigger. Kwang, I raise my impermanent sword and begin executing the Severing Heaven sword form. Severing Heaven sword form. First form. Entering Heaven. Kijijijik. Hyaon Mu's weapon collides with my impermanent sword. Entering Heavens is, quite literally, the ultimate culmination of basic techniques. As if we had made a prior agreement, Hyaon Mu also chooses to fight using only the basics. But the fundamentals of weaponry are not simply about swinging a weapon. A weapon is, at its core, an extension of the arms and legs. In other words, an extension of the body itself. Thus, wielding a weapon depends entirely on how well one utilizes that extended part of the body. Our weapons clash. I tilt my impermanence sword at an angle, pulling the center of her weapon's balance towards me. With a twist of my wrist, I move to slice Hyeon-Emu's throat. In that fleeting instant, Hyeon-Emu's foot steps in between my feet, closing the distance. She twists her body as she watches my sword aiming for her neck. Her knee hooks around mine, disrupting my posture. I reach out with my other hand, seizing her shoulder while bringing my blade down. But she deflects the impermanence sword with an upward strike, then seizes my hand gripping her shoulder and throws me over. Boong. Using the momentum, I push off and create distance between us. And that is when it truly begins. Hyeon-Emu's mysterious weapon starts to extend. At the same time, my impermanence sword also begins extending to my will. A weapon is an extension of the limbs. Then, how far can that extension reach? Shukong. The emptiness in Hyeon-Emu's grasp soars skyward and cleaves a nearby planet in half. A marvel accomplished through sheer size alone. I, too, expand my impermanence sword and meet her strike head-on. She, in turn, utilizes my force against me, shifting her stance to launch a thrust. Pong. Even as the thrust closes in, its properties shift. A spear's thrust, a sword's stab, the piercing of an arrowhead. The transformations occur multiple times in an instant. Each movement adheres perfectly to the principles of martial arts, to the point it is beautiful. It is as if she is dancing. I realize, with a bitter smile, that I am already being drawn into her dance. Our dance gradually quickens. Hyeon-Emu's single strike grows sharper and more vicious. Boong. A simple horizontal slash. With that slash, the galaxy behind is split in half. I can feel it. It is clear that if she exerts her full strength, she can easily annihilate several heavenly domains in a single strike. Before I know it, the dancing her begins to step into a transcendent speed. In no time, we are moving at the speed of light, swiftly re-entering the interdimensional void of the good sight heavenly domain. The vestiges in the interdimensional void scatter in terror the moment they sense our presence. I, too, feel the urge to flee like them. Damn it, her acceleration continues to increase. But the faster I go, the more I feel my entire body shattering apart, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. Transcending light is by no means an easy feat. Yet, even as Hyeon-Mu pushes me with a speed transcending light, she maintains a leisurely expression. A thrust surpasses a flash of light and pierces my heart. A vertical slash severs my pinky finger. With a single step and a spinning motion, my left rib and chest are sliced open in the circle that was drawn. As she lowers her waist and rises in an upward strike, my fingernails are torn off. A single kick sends my head ringing. A single strike that shreds my entire body leaves beads of blood welling all over my body. With a single sword, my impermanence sword shatters, forcing me to reconstruct its form. I am continuously being pushed back. Kugugugek. To break free from this situation, I momentarily amplify my speed using the body of an immortal beast in my martial arts. If I keep getting caught in her dance, all that awaits me is defeat. But at that very moment, Kwang, with a feeling as if I collided with something, I find myself inside the source river. Hyeon-Mu watches me calmly, the corners of her lips twisting upward. Let me ask you, what is martial arts? Inside the source river, where countless scenes of time flow by. Standing atop one of those drifting visions like a buoy, Hyeon-Mu asks. Pong. Then, in a fleeting instant, she kicks off the source river and rushes toward me while swinging something dark at me with a nearby vision. That is something I don't think I can define. Is that so? Then allow me to define it for you. Martial arts woo is nothing at all. Before I know it, I begin moving through the source river at a speed that transcends space-time. As I continue to accelerate, time itself starts to move backward, albeit slowly. Quite literally, it is nothing more than an ugly power that borrows the strength of heaven and earth to struggle against them. All those of martial arts are the same, and so are all of the Heart tribe. In the end, martial arts, the manifestation of the Heart tribe, is merely the insignificant result of picking and choosing the best aspects of the heaven and earth tribes to adopt. That is why, to become a true immortal through the realm of the Heart tribe, the realm of the heaven and earth tribes is absolutely necessary. This is, as my speed transcends certain threshold, I realize that the entire world appears different. This is, the past and the future. And their flows are clearly visible. The past is a narrow, established path of a single possibility, while the future is a labyrinth of countless possibilities spreading outward. In the end, the three great ultimates are nothing more than a preparatory stage to divine descent, the power of heaven and earth within our bodies. Divine descent, a temporary acceptance. The only way for the frail heart tribe to defeat a beast of prey is to use tools and mimic the movements of the beast. Then, what about the heart tribe who have reached the realm of true immortality? Must we become fate and history itself, or should we wield them as tools? I am the past. Since I am walking the history pathway, I begin to block Hyeon Mu's attacks along the narrow path. Hyeon Mu, as if drawing upon the power of the heaven tribe, collides against me within the flow of countless possibilities. Do not be dominated. Do not seek to dominate. Simply entrust yourself to the flow and accept its aid. The heart tribe is weak. Only by borrowing tools, borrowing appearances, and borrowing movements can we barely defeat other beings. Keying. Behind Hyeon Mu, a black and three great ultimates rises. The symbol of the three great ultimates, which appears when a mortal being practices heaven and earth dual cultivation alongside the manifestation of the heart tribe, is a bowl. What you choose to fill this bowl with is entirely up to you. Whether you fill it with the sky, with life, or with an untainted heart, it is your choice. But what is most important is, Kugugugugu. I shiver as I recognize the terrifying divine status of Hyeon Mu. Great Net Immortal is a heaven immortal. Great Net Immortal is an earth immortal. Reaching the realm of a great Net Immortal through heaven and earth dual cultivation, that is Hyeon Mu. One must not dominate, nor be dominated. The heart tribe must always borrow. They must utilize or counter-utilize. Even if one is a heaven immortal or an earth immortal, as long as they properly wield their fate in life. Keying. Our battle quickens. I unleash every form of severing heaven's sword form to resist her, yet against Hyeon Mu's accelerating attacks, it becomes impossible to keep up. Then they are a true martial artist. Let me ask you, are you the master of your fate in life? Kwang. At some point, after taking another strike from Hyeon Mu, I find myself in an unfamiliar dimension. A world where heaven and earth bloom with fragrant, beautiful flower fields. The Western Heaven Flower Field, It's been a while. Hyeon Mu approaches, trampling over the flowers without hesitation. In this way, by invoking divine descent into the bowl of the three great ultimates and wielding that power as its master, we eventually come to understand the form of the power. There are three forms in total. When one understands and learns all three forms, it is called triple divinity, Sanshi and Xing, and a sign that Udambara has fully bloomed. And, attaining triple divinity is the ultimate of the martial arts we have explored. Generally speaking, Hyeon Mu shrugs before stepping forward and pressing her foot down on my throat. Calling it the seventh stage of manifestation is the most straightforward term. Of course, in the 3,000 great thousand worlds, I alone have reached this realm. If creating a bowl through the three great ultimates and attaining Udambara is the sixth stage, then comprehending what is called triple divinity within Udambara and blooming it fully is regarded as the seventh stage of manifestation. It was fun in its own way after a long time. Not many have followed to this realm and listened to my teachings. Now then, with an expressionless face, Hyeon Mu raises something in her hand. Killing a junior like you the moment they have entered would be utterly boring. Hand over your subordinate. The fact that I am offering this many chances is already a miracle. This is truly your last opportunity. As I listen to Hyeon Mu's words, I feel that they are the truth. It must be true. For a being like Hyeon Mu to give me this much advice to someone like me is an absurd level of excessive kindness. But I simply smile. Boong. Heavenly escape. I attempt to melt into the domain of purity from the eastern heaven flower field, fleeing. But then I feel chills all over my body. This is insane. For me, using heavenly escape is a gamble risking my life, yet Hyeon Mu enters the domain of purity as naturally as breathing. Within the domain of purity, not even Hyeon Mu should be able to perceive things properly or act recklessly. Yet, she unleashes a wide-range attack, forcefully pushing me out of the domain of purity where I had settled. Kahayak. Expelled from the domain of purity, I look up at Hyeon Mu, whose divine status is beyond reason, and let out a low groan. I can't win. I am defeated. It is not due to some absolute technique like a special immortal art, phenomena extinguishing mantra, or filling the heavens sword rain. It is simply a difference in pure capability. She overwhelms me in every aspect. With the disparity in skill alone, all of my attacks are severed, and my defenses are shattered. That is all there is to it. Just as I am about to despair at my defeat to Hyeon Mu. Kururururung. The entire eastern heaven flower field trembles. Hyeon Mu, who had been staring down at me with a look that seemed ready to kill me at any moment, suddenly shifts her gaze to the distance, as if she has noticed something amusing. Oh dear, the western heaven flower field is shaking like a tattered rag. Kukik, it has begun. GWAKAM's mantra. That is the precursor phenomenon. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Hyeon Mu chuckles and takes a step back from me. I will ask you once more. You have lost to me. And yet, will you still refuse to hand over your subordinate? Quote. That is correct. Then I suppose there is no helping it. Kugugugugugu. The domain of the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable shakes violently. Hyeon Mu grabs my hair and takes a single step forward. Pot. Before I know it, we are back in the astral realm, in the good sight heavenly domain. If that is truly your choice, then I will show consideration so you can behold a splendid sight before you die. Thud. I collapse onto the surface of a planet within the good sight heavenly domain and gaze up at the sky. What is this? A precursor phenomenon of the mantra. That is all it is said to be. And yet, the flower field of the Sal Tree Heavenly Venerable. The netherworld of the Heavenly Venerable of the underworld. The source river of the Heavenly Venerable of time. The interdimensional void of the Heavenly Venerable of the void. All those realms and the astral realm are trembling like mad. Now, watch. Then, as the next scene unfolds, my eyes widen. It collapses. The heavenly domains are beginning to crumble under a golden light. Hyeon Mu lets out a small sigh of admiration, followed by a hollow chuckle. Perhaps, that light is the closest to the first light. I watch in a daze alongside Hyeon Mu as the light annihilates the world, my mouth agape. I stand there, dazed, watching alongside Hyeon Mu as the golden radiance brings the world to ruin. Then, at some moment when my mind clears. Single quote. I suddenly realize that I am dying, crimson energy seeping from my entire body like blood. The light that destroys the heavenly domains has disregarded my entire perception domain, which has reached the realm severing heaven and earth upper immortal, and has severed my life. Hyeon Mu, seeming to have survived by some technique, coughs up a mouthful of black blood and lets out a hollow laugh. How aggressive. Even during dual cultivation, it was the same. Damn bastard. The light is devouring the world. As I stare at that sight, I feel my consciousness fading. Beyond that light, I can sense a familiar aura. The aura of the phenomena extinguishing mantra and corpse mountain blood sea. It is the aura of GWAKAM, the great mountain supreme deity. GWAKAM is destroying Mount Sumeru. It is not just the good sight heavenly domain that is collapsing. I get the feeling that all the heavenly domains are being swallowed by that light at once. Single quote. I see. This is the end. Feel slightly empty for some reason. I gaze at the golden light, more terrifying and oppressive than anything else. That light is an undeniable tyranny, and yet, it is beautiful. Amidst the breathtaking spectacle that brings an end to the entire world, I collapse where I stand. Single quote. Even so, in this life as well, my consciousness grows dim. Whatever this light is, neither prophecy nor revision can heal me. It feels as if something fundamental within me has been torn away. I did my best. Everything struck by the great mountain supreme deity's light is swept away. All beings, except Hyeon Mu, fail to maintain even their forms and begin to vanish. And in the final moments of such a life, I see a certain figure. It is the face of an old man appearing to be in his late 50s, with strands of white threading through his hair. His face is a little too young to be called an old man, but regardless, he is unmistakably familiar. Quote. Hong Fan. Hong Fan gazes down at my dying self with sorrowful eyes, biting his lips. Quote. So you are passing away, master. It can't be helped. Suddenly, I sense Hyeon Mu belatedly recognizing Hong Fan and turning her gaze towards us. Feeling this, I reach out and grasp Hong Fan's hand, who is gently touching my body with sorrow. Go, now, flee, please flee from Hyeon Mu, from this destruction, as much as you can. That is what I want to say. But my voice does not come out properly, and Hong Fan only looks down at me with bitter eyes. Quote. In the end, neither master nor any of your comrades. None of you ever made it back to your homeland, the head realm. Every single one of you were more bright and full of potential than anyone else, to the point of becoming a true immortal. I had such hopes for your achievements. And yet, is this how it all ends? Hong Fan exhales a sigh as he rises from his seat. I should be telling Hong Fan to run away from Hyeon Mu, yet for some reason, Hyeon Mu does not strike him down instantly. Instead, I hear something strange in Hyeon Mu's voice. My vision blurs, and soon, I can no longer see ahead. But my hearing remains sharp, and I can distinctly hear Hyeon Mu's trembling voice right by my ear. What is this? Ha, ha, you are, no, that can't be, that cannot be, no, it is a voice that is hard to believe belongs to the same Hyeon Mu who toyed with me just moments ago. Then, I hear Hong Fan's voice. I hear his footsteps as well. Hong Fan is, yes, ignoring Hyeon Mu. He is walking towards the golden light, towards the direction where the heavenly domain is collapsing. For some reason, he even seems angry. Hong Fan, no, he is going to be killed by GWAKM. Don't go, do, NT, go. Please, Hong Fan, live, do not go there. Hong Fan, perhaps enraged at the great mountain supreme deity who caused my death, walks into the far distance, radiating intent full of anger. I barely manage to open my eyes, capturing my last glimpse of Hong Fan. As expected, he is walking straight into the golden torrent unleashed by the great mountain supreme deity. Glaring towards the very center of the golden torrent, he mutters. Quote, utterly useless. A worthless bastard who only brings trouble. Whoever taught you, truly, you bring nothing but harm. He is exuding killing intent towards the great mountain supreme deity. Yet, why is it? The words that escape my lips are something entirely different, completely irrelevant. Give. GWAK. Why did such words leave my mouth? Maybe death is so close that my thoughts are no longer clear. Or perhaps, it is because the sight of Hong Fan boldly striding towards GWAK resembles a snake stalking its prey. As I listen to Hong Fan's final words directed at the great mountain supreme deity, my consciousness fades completely. For trash like you, that is my 1003rd return. Goo. At the heart of the golden torrent, the great mountain supreme deity Gammam suddenly turns their gaze towards a distant place. Goo. The Radiance 8 immortals, who had agreed to cooperate with them, are now rising with hostility. Betrayal is it? Well, from your perspective, that is only natural. Receiving the enmity of the Radiance 8 immortals and the ominous aura beyond them, GWAKM murmurs. The snake is coming. Wearing a snake's mask over their face, GWAKM lifts their head towards the approaching snake. I shall hunt the snake, trample its blood, and reach the audience chamber. On this day, one of the two shall become the hunted. The golden great mountain and the form of the black snake biting its tail begin to collide. Chapter 587, 1003rd Cycle's First Day. Kijijijijik. The world begins to turn once more. Within the reversing flow of time, I regain my senses. I move against the river of time, letting out a hollow smile. Again, have I died? 10 million years. 10 million years of time. 10 million years of connections. All of it has vanished once again. The immortal treasures that had accompanied me through those eons, the living beings of the crystal glass realm who had walked alongside me, the family of Inyeon. They all turned to nothingness. I want to stop dying. Regression is truly, the worst authority. Thinking so, I raise my gaze towards the sky, resigning myself to the next life that will inevitably come for me once more. So far, I have identified a total of 5 symbols. White Wheel, the heavenly venerable of the underworld. Mountain exuding darkness, the great mountain supreme deity, GWAKM. Transparent seed, the Sal tree heavenly venerable, flower monarch Gwanmyeong. 6 interconnected stars, the heavenly venerable of time, true ultimate eternal life great emperor Cheon Woon. Black and 3 great ultimates, the heavenly venerable of the void, true martial great emperor Hyeon Mu. I have confirmed the names and symbols of GWAKM and the 4 heavenly venerables. This time, the supreme deities. I shift my gaze toward the other seats. More symbols catch my eye. Bird trapped in a cage. The liberation supreme deity, Bong Myong. An all too familiar existence. Only then do I understand why one of the seats gave me a familiar feeling. It was because I had personally encountered this existence in the past. More symbols come into view. Lightning spear, the heavenly punishment supreme deity, Dugon. Black sun, the swallowing heaven supreme deity, Hyeon Rule. Taiji in the shape of a fetus. The naming supreme deity, Hyeon Rang. The heavenly punishment supreme deity is already familiar to me, and from both the feeling and title, the swallowing heaven supreme deity seems to be the being filled with endless hunger I had sensed before. And the last one, the naming supreme deity, Hyeon Rang. A being that feels like a blurry, hazy dream. As I stare at Hyeon Rang, a strange feeling washes over me. What is this? Wu Wang, my blood, my immortal beast true blood has now advanced to earth upper immortal. The blood of Candle Shadow. It's resonating. The bloodlines of Pengu and Candle Shadow resonate. As if their roots were one and the same. Just when I realize this. Jing, a symbol seems to flicker before my eyes. Sun and Moon, Ryu, but it is not a symbol that appears from gazing at one of the seats of the heavens. It is merely an illusion, brought forth by the resonance of Pengu's blood and my own. At the same time, I witness a strange vision. It feels like a dream. Yet, it is far too vivid to be just a dream. At the center of the world, there is Sun and Moon, Ryu. And everything in the world converges upon that Sun and Moon. However, there are two existences that break free from within it. One is the Taiji in the shape of a fetus. In other words, the naming supreme deity, Hyeon Rang. The other is something of 7 colors. The naming supreme deity Hyeon Rang bursts out from within the space of Sun and Moon and reaches the distant sky. The 7-colored something emerges from the space and shatters into 7 fragments, scattering across the world. And between the two, there is a commonality. A thread. No, should I call it a chain? Or perhaps some kind of conduit or passage? There is a strange connection. Hyeon Rang is linked to the space of Sun and Moon by one massive and powerful connecting link. The 7 fragments, on the other hand, are connected to the space of Sun and Moon by countless thin and small connecting links. I recognize that one of those 7 fragments is me. And I am somewhat different from the others. So, many. Compared to the other fragments, I am connected to the space of Sun and Moon by over 1,000 connecting links. Each individual link is thin, but when taken together, they seem even thicker and stronger than the naming supreme deity's link. That is, I read the wisdom contained within the vision and come to understand what it means. Ender. As I gaze at the countless growing connecting links, I feel as if I have glimpsed one of the world's secrets. That is the end. Pot. Finally, I leap across 10 million years and finally return. The familiar moment of advancing to true immortality. Kugugugugu. Embracing life and death within the domain of purity and regaining my senses, I quickly descend to the lower realm. Wang. The moment I descend, the sword spear heavenly lord appears, glances around as if surveying the surroundings, and then disappears. It must be due to the immortal title of crystal glass being. TSTSTSTST. I take in the familiar surroundings, then read the celestial energy to discern the current point in time. I see. The current time is 2,500 years since I began my true immortal advancement. 500 years, Perhaps because my cultivation has risen, allowing me to regain my senses faster, I have managed to gain an additional 500 years. For now, I reach a familiar altar on a nearby planet. Kurururung. As I release my presence, a black shadow crawls forth as if it had been waiting. Hong Fan, have you been well? Oh, Master, congratulations on your advancement to true immortality. Yes, you've worked hard guarding this place in the meantime. I briefly inform Hong Fan that I will finish my business in the Sun and Moon heavenly domain before immediately moving on to another heavenly domain. Yes, understood. I shall serve as needed. Good. First, take my clones and make a round through the middle realms. After that, send down your own clone or do whatever is necessary to bring the golden divine heavenly thunder sect from the head realm. As you command, Pabat. With those words, Hong Fan vanishes from sight. Unlike in my past life, he does not insist on annihilating the silver snake or the other living beings. Near the altar Hong Fan created, the same living beings as before are nowhere to be seen. Perhaps it's because the time point is a little different. Thinking that, I decide to move on. Then, it happens. Watching Hong Fan leap across distant space-time, I am suddenly seized by a strange sense of discord. Something is off. Looking at Hong Fan, an eerie sense of dissonance and foreboding seems to rise. Why is this? What is the problem? Something is different. I don't know if it's simply because I woke up at a different point in time after regressing. For now, I should ask Hong Fan when he returns. Nodding to myself, I reach out my hand to head to where I need to go. Clang. For now, my cultivation is still restricted because of the 6 Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags. In fact, now that one of them has been removed, the connection between the remaining flags have become stronger. Because of that, the level of cultivation I can currently use in the lower realm has actually dropped even further, reduced to the 6th star of chi refining. But I've gained far more in return. Clang, clang, as I exert my will, something rises above my hand. Something that had once been embedded in my immortal body. It is one of the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flags, which had been extracted during my previous advancement. Now, you are mine. Kududuke. I grip the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag and shake it. A flag that binds its target by assimilating with them. Perhaps due to that principle, this Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag has now transformed into my own immortal treasure, imbued with my split soul. Through my split soul within the flag, I come to understand how to wield it. Sealing immortal flag for binding and sealing. Harnessing God banner for attacking and movement, is it? Wing. As I exert my will, the surface of the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag seems to flip over, altering its form. Now transformed into the form of the 7 stars harnessing God banner, the flag rests quietly in my hand, awaiting my command. I command the 7 stars harnessing God banner in the name of its master. Compress the path of 1,000 li Qian li into a single kai. Clang, clang, kugugugek. Chains of starlight burst forth from the 7 stars harnessing God banner. The very chains that had originally bound my body now seem to be shackling the spacetime of the sun and moon heavenly domain, distorting the space itself. As spacetime warps, the distance to cedarwood painting is compressed. Of course, even if it has been reduced to 1/10,000,000th of its original length, the distance to cedarwood painting still spans hundreds of light years, so the journey remains long. At my current level at the 6th star of chi refining, it would take me months to get there without Hong Fan's assistance. But, Wu Wang, savoring the power I gained upon advancing to upper immortal, I take a step forward. Shall we test this out? Wu Wang, both my feet begin to heat up. A portion of my main body's power undergoes divine descent. Kugugugek, it feels as if Taiji is condensing into both feet. Then, in an instant, Zhejiang, an immense explosion erupts as I propel myself through space. Countless stars, nebulae, fixed stars, planets, and strange cosmic expanses rush past me. In the minor boundary, the Heaven Tribe and Earth Tribe each have their own methods of movement. The Heaven Tribe uses the flying escape technique, hiding their bodies within light as they soar. The Earth Tribe uses the gliding technique, flying by stepping on platforms formed from Taiji. However, once both sides reach the middle boundary and attain the 4-axis stage, their methods of movement unify into one. The ground shrinking technique. By folding space through attraction force, the ground shrinking technique allows for movement faster than light itself. No matter how much one practices the Earth Tribe's gliding technique, it's impossible to match the speed of the ground shrinking technique. And since even the Earth Tribe gains attraction force upon reaching the 4-axis stage, they too focus on mastering the ground shrinking technique rather than continuing to train in the gliding technique. This remains unchanged all the way up to the entering nirvana stage. However, true immortal, more precisely, starting from the realm of upper immortal, movement techniques begin to diverge once again. Earth upper immortals. In other words, immortal beasts who oversee explosions are, by themselves, explosions. Every breath we exhale, every motion we make, every habitual movement. Even the mere fluttering of our hair. Everything about us is an explosion. Thus, even when taking a single step, we are capable of generating an explosion that transcends imagination to move. Zhejiang, I explode. Space-time itself detonates, and the overwhelming force of the explosion hurls me forward. There is no need to fold space with attraction force. With each explosion, space-time distorts naturally, achieving an effect similar to the ground shrinking technique. Cooing. Within the exploding space, I adjust space-time with the 7 stars harnessing God banner to ensure I do not lose my way. After approximately 45 minutes, Kwang, with the final explosion, I finally reach my destination, cedarwood painting. Heat from the explosions radiates off my entire body, and while cooling the heat, I swing the 7 stars harnessing God banner. Open the door to cedarwood painting. Kugugugugu. Space distorts, and the dimension of cedarwood painting pops open. Through the hole, I compress space once more and, in a single movement, land right in front of Yohi. Yohi blinks at my sudden appearance before her, then shifts her gaze to the 7 stars harnessing God banner in my hand. It's been a while, Yohi. You haven't forgotten our previous promise, have you? Become my subordinate. With your abilities, you should be worthy of being an immortal treasure. Quote. Her eyes tremble violently. More than anything else, her gaze is locked onto the 7 stars harnessing God banner in my grasp, which follows my command. How in the world? Ah, well, let's just say I managed to release one of them upon my advancement. Quote. Perhaps it's because she is well aware of the power of the 7 stars harnessing God banner as a member of the Source River, as she appears more taken aback than I've ever seen her. After a while, she kneels before me with a stiff expression. My master. In other words, according to the calculations of the Northern Dipper 7 Heavenly Lords, if one were to be caught in that seal, even the vast cold Heavenly Lord would take about 10 million years to break free. And yet, you have undone one of them in merely 2,500 years. This Yohi offers Elder my utmost loyalty. It seems breaking the seal of the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag is an issue of utmost importance to Yohi. Very well, from now on, you shall be refined into my immortal treasure. Take heed. I obey. Wu Wang. Yohi immediately withdraws from her position as the sacred master of cedarwood painting and enters my body of her own accord. Next is the Candle Dragon race, then. Wo Wang. Using the power of the 7 stars harnessing God banner, I stride toward the stellar system where the Candle Dragon race resides. Along the way, I suddenly feel something strange. This is, in my past life. At the time of my final moments, my body contained twin constructing chains, unruly chain, and obsidian chain, immortal treasures that had been my subordinates. Of course, they could not follow me through my regression. However, the flesh of those who had been somewhat assimilated with my true body had come with me. That means, Master, what in the world is this? The body of Yohi from my past life is now facing the body of Yohi from this life. Yohi seems taken aback. From within me, she gazes upon another body identical to her own, one that has already been refined by me. And at that moment, the body of twin constructing chains Yohi and the body of Yohi from this life seem to be drawn towards each other. Then, in an instant, the body of twin constructing chains Yohi is rapidly absorbed into this life's Yohi. Master. Something weird is being absorbed into. Then, I unexpectedly come to realize another truth. Clang, clang, black chains surge from my body. These dark chains swirl around me, spinning 3 times in the void before taking the form of Yohi. What in the world is this, Master? My eyes gleam at this unexpected gain. Instead of the tedious process of refining Yohi, simply merging her with her past life body has immediately transformed her into my immortal treasure. And now that she has become an immortal treasure in this way, she seems even more special and powerful than before. Power. I can feel power overflowing. And this authority, what is this? I think I can connect to the Source River even more smoothly. A past memory surfaces. Back then, Buk Hyung Wa's Norige and the one I had refined into my Dharma treasure merged and were absorbed into her. I stroke the Norige hanging from my waist. It seems that when I bring materials from the past world into this world, they fuse with their counterparts here, becoming stronger and gaining unique abilities. Wait a moment. In that case, could Ham Jin and Yuhi also immediately rise to the sacred vessel stage? Intrigued by the possibility, I decide that I must bring those two along in the future. Master, please answer me. What is this power? And that body identical to mine that I saw just now, what was that? I think for a moment, considering an appropriate way to answer Yohi's question, then speak. I had prepared a reserve body in advance so that you could immediately undergo immortal treasure transformation. It is a body created from highly special materials, so you will find it quite to your liking. Thank you, Master. It is truly to my liking. I will serve with utmost loyalty. Please climb aboard. I will take you to your destination. With a face full of excitement, Yohi transforms into a Pung, then swiftly carries me towards the headquarters of the Candle Dragon race. Before long, I arrive at the fixed star where the Candle Dragon race resides. Kiao, Crew Erarara, the Candle Dragon race is in a frenzy. It is only natural. My immortal beast true blood now flows within them, bestowing them with immense authority. Just as the Black Dragon race wields the Black Dragon True Blood to command Yin energy, the Pung race manipulates spatial labyrinths with the Azure Pung True Blood, and the Peacock race refines hypnosis techniques with the Glass Peacock True Blood. I can sense that these Candle Dragons, through the Candle Shadow True Blood, are now capable of borrowing the authority of my impermanent sword. Of course, they require my permission. But since I have no intention of denying them, I grant all of them a portion of the impermanent sword's power. In addition to their existing control over glass true fire, they now have the filling the heavens governing view embedded within the impermanent sword. Or perhaps the attribute to ignore planes to a certain extent. At this level, couldn't they contend with the actual dragon race? As I ponder this, I imprint my will upon the entire candle dragon race. In exchange for borrowing my authority through my immortal beast true blood, I now hold the right to insert my will and commands into the entire race. I, the immortal beast candle shadow, Zuyin command in my name. My descendants born of my blood, do not plunder others. Cherish your connections, and let only your own existence be your lamp in life. Ceaselessly undergo repentant enlightenment, and seek the answer to life. This is the price of borrowing the power of this immortal. History revision takes place. No, calling it a revision feels somewhat inaccurate. I have merely altered the fundamental nature of the bloodline that connects us. Now, they can no longer defy the command I have given them. More precisely, should they betray my decree by cruelly plundering, oppressing, or tormenting others. From that moment onward, they will no longer be able to borrow the power of my immortal beast true blood. Rather, my immortal beast true blood will become an overwhelming heart demon that clings to their minds, ensuring they can never advance in cultivation again. Oh, our progenitor God. Oh, the very origin of the candle dragons. Oh, great and mighty one, please watch over us. With tears streaming down their faces, the candle dragons prostrate before me in unison, offering their prayers. I listen to the countless voices of their devotion and smile. May their future be blessed. Having thus blessed the candle dragons, I set off toward the lightning sacred sea. Kugugugugu, the lightning sacred sea, a part of Yangsu Jin's divine body, sealing the entrance to the heavenly king heavenly domain where Radiance Hall is located, his storage scroll. Observing it, I take a seat on a nearby planet and close my eyes. Before long, Hong Fan arrives, crossing vast space-time. I sense that Hong Fan has returned from the Middle Realms after settling my connections there, bringing my clones back with him. I absorb my clones, then absorb Ham Jin and Yuhi into my body. Did you bring them safely? Yes, Master. I have brought all the disciples of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder Sect. Well done, Hong Fan. I praise Hong Fan, then prepare to enter the lightning sacred sea. Quote. However, to the uneasy sense of dissonance I've been feeling since before, I suddenly turn back to Hong Fan. It's strange. Something is definitely off, but I can't pinpoint exactly what it is. Swallowing dryly, I question Hong Fan. Quote. Hong Fan. Yes, Master. There's something I'm curious about. Please ask. After staring at Hong Fan for a while, I realize what has been bothering me. Hong Fan has been leaping through space-time with immense attraction force, traveling back and forth between the Middle Realms and the Lightning Sacred Sea. That is what feels wrong. Didn't you, lower your cultivation to the integration stage? Haha, Master. Hong Fan bursts into hearty laughter, as if amused by my curiosity about everything. It is a warm, comforting laugh. Yin Yang, what is Master saying? With my talent, 2,000 years is more than enough to recover to the star-shattering stage. Quote. Ah, only then does the sense of dissonance fade, and I nod. Right, Hong Fan's talent has always been absurd enough to feel unnatural. Thinking back, wasn't it the same in the early days of my past life as well? He was always at the star-shattering stage, so what exactly did I find strange? Even I, myself, don't know. Feeling a little embarrassed, I shrug and step forward with Hong Fan, entering the lightning sacred sea. Chapter 588, Mount Sumeru 1. I take a deep breath as I enter the lightning sacred sea. Only then do I fully awaken my senses. Inside the astral realm of the sun and moon heavenly domain, a strange instinctual warning kept me from fully awakening, but now, my senses spread throughout my entire body. I could extend my senses even further, but for now, I focus solely on the inner depths of the lightning sacred sea, preparing for my encounter with Golden Shaking Bird. Descend me, Yohi. Yes, Master. My immortal treasure, Yohi, instantly becomes the vessel for my true body to descend into the lower realm. The transformation body I made in the lower realm is sucked into Yohi's body, and I descend my true body into my immortal treasure. Unable to withstand my consciousness, Yohi's consciousness crumples. Her body begins to shift, transforming to mirror my own. First floor of the lightning sacred sea. There, I reveal a head made of candle flame and a body formed of mist. The true body of the immortal beast, Candle Shadow, has descended onto the first floor of the lightning sacred sea. Coo-goo-goo-goo-goo-goo. From over 100 floors above, Golden Shaking Bird senses the intruder. I can feel her manipulating the entirety of the lightning sacred sea to expel me. But it's useless. Coo-doo-doo-dook. I break through the laws of the lightning sacred sea head-on, rising through the floors. My upper immortal senses focused on the lightning sacred sea clearly reveal the intertwined weaving of fate and Yangsu Jin's authority. I see Golden Shaking Bird adjusting the authority of the lightning sacred sea. Through the extinguishing divine tribulating heavens technique, I can immediately persuade Golden Shaking Bird, but I want to test how far my strength has grown. So, with pure strength alone, I break through Golden Shaking Bird's interference and enter the control space of the lightning sacred sea. Zhejiang. The laws of the lightning sacred sea fail to restrain me and shatter apart, and I finally reach the control floor. Yangsu Jin's poppy fields emit a hazy fragrance, attempting to brainwash me, but it's useless. I sweep away Yangsu Jin's brainwashing immortal art with my consciousness and turn my gaze towards the figure glaring at me in fear. It's Yangsu Jin's pet thunder beast, Golden Shaking Bird. Golden Shaking Bird looks at me with frightened eyes and speaks. What brings the upper immortal here? Judging by your form, it seems this is our first meeting. Do you perhaps have a debt with my master? Up until my past life, Golden Shaking Bird was at least able to somewhat match me within the lightning sacred sea. But now that I have become an upper immortal, even without using the extinguishing divine tribulating heavens technique, I know I can crush Golden Shaking Bird to death inside the lightning sacred sea. No, look, Wo Wang. I instantly seize control of the lightning sacred sea using the extinguishing divine tribulating heavens technique. Golden Shaking Bird's wary eyes soften a little. Were you perhaps Master's disciple? Master did, at times, take in true immortal disciples. Golden Shaking Bird's reaction is amusing. In my previous life, she at least considered me a newly advanced true immortal. But in this life, having revealed myself in the form of an upper immortal, she now seems to think I'm someone Yangsu Jin once took in as a disciple that she did not know of. Well, let's go with that. After all, I was once a disciple of the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect. By the way, have you come here aiming for Master's vault? If that is the case, even if you are my senior brother, I cannot allow it. Golden Shaking Bird bows politely, treating me as her senior brother. Master's vault is only to be open to Master's successor who inherited the extinguishing divine tribulating heavens technique among the mortal beings. So, please do not entertain any reckless thoughts, senior brother. Do not worry. I, too, want the treasures of the lightning sacred sea to go to the rightful heir. And the reason I came to you today is to tell you that the rightful successor of the lightning sacred sea has appeared once more. Pardon, I explained to Golden Shaking Bird about Jeon Myung-hoon, and her body trembles in disbelief. This. I can't believe it. Master has resurrected. Well, see for yourself. He is currently in the Bearing Tree Heavenly Domain. If you ever feel like going there, just let me know. Understood. I need some time to think. Golden Shaking Bird, seemingly overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of an upper immortal delivering such news, retreats into her dwelling and is lost in thought. I release the Golden Divine Heavenly Thunder sect into the lightning sacred sea and, with my true body, take a deep breath within its depths. I have become an upper immortal. The power authority of an immortal beast fills my entire being. Until moments ago, I was too focused on immediate tasks to truly reflect on myself. But now that I set my mind to it and reflect inward, I discover something rather interesting. Is it because I regressed to the point in time during my true immortal advancement, overlapping the power of my upper immortal self with my current self? Right now, both myself as a vestige liberation immortal and myself as the immortal beast Candle Shadow coexist. This is good. It seems there is a way to advance to a heaven immortal. Currently, my authority is at the level of an upper immortal, but in pure weight class, it touches the peak of a great net immortal. Of course, it's not truly identical to the peak of a great net immortal. Even if I overlay the wheel to the three great ultimates, at best, I can only rival the authority of a peak great net immortal. Reaching the strength of an immortal lord is out of the question. To reach the level of an immortal lord, I'd need to elevate both my heaven immortal and immortal beast powers to their peak, raise my martial arts to an equal height, and then handle the wheel. At this point, it's absurd to even dare discuss the realm of an immortal lord. After reflecting on my current level, I begin refining the sense I've gained upon stepping into the realm of an upper immortal. Whoa Wang, I can feel it, this is insane. A hollow laugh escapes me uncontrollably. Within the astral realm of the sun and moon heavenly domain, I had hesitated to use this sense due to an eerie foreboding. But the moment I fully unleash the sense of an immortal beast within the lightning sacred sea, a thunderous realization shakes my entire being. I can feel the plane of chi. I have become capable of perceiving this entire world. Before, I merely caught glimpses of the plane of chi and, during the entering nirvana stage, I had only managed to seize the plane of chi belonging to me. That was the limit, but now, having become an upper immortal and fully drawing on the senses of the earth tribe, I am overwhelmed by an indescribable mix of liberation and ecstasy, leaving my mouth agape. I can see it. Within this small head, I faintly perceive the plane of chi of this entire Sumeru 3 heavens great thousand worlds, Shumi Santian Dachian Shijia. Editor. This is a correction from the previous translation, 3,000 great thousand worlds, as the Hanja was not given before in Tian, heaven, and Qian thousand are both written as Qian in Hangul. Though I can't grasp the finer details, I now understand the structure of this world. This is inverted cone. That's right, only now do I truly understand why the true immortals refer to the 3 heavens great thousand worlds as Mount Sumeru. This Sumeru 3 heavens great thousand worlds unfolds in the form of an inverted cone. At the top of Mount Sumeru lies a circular surface. At the bottom of Mount Sumeru, there is a vertex. The curvature of all heavenly domains traces the shape of this inverted cone, forming the world. Where the surface of the inverted cone exists, the powerful presence of the 11 existences can be felt. So that's how it is. They must be the governing immortals. Though the governing immortals seem to be inside Mount Sumeru, the seats they have risen to are all at the top of Mount Sumeru. In other words, they reside at the circular surface. Perhaps, the above and below felt within the true immortal realm are meant to represent this. The positions of the governing immortals seen from the true immortal realm, within the heavenly sky, must be there. The supreme deities and heavenly venerables. They are beings who have transcended Mount Sumeru itself. Up to the realms of great net immortal and immortal lord, all live within the inverted cone that is Mount Sumeru. But the moment one is enthroned as a supreme deity, they transcend the very world of Mount Sumeru. Then, the immortal bodies of the governing immortals acting within the heavenly domains, should I think of them not as their main bodies but as some kind of projection or incarnation? A question stirs within me about the existence of the governing immortals. Now that I've become an upper immortal, I can sense the presence of the governing immortals dwelling across Mount Sumeru. In the underworld, the heavenly venerable of the underworld. Within the source river, only a faint will. In the eastern heaven flower field, the sal tree heavenly venerable. Within the interdimensional void, the presence of Hyaon Mu is felt. In the twin holding heavenly domain, the swallowing heaven supreme deity. In the earth boundary heavenly domain, the liberation supreme deity. In the elephant nose heavenly domain, the naming supreme deity. In the horse ear heavenly domain, the heavenly punishment supreme deity. And in the heavenly king heavenly domain, the power of light is strongly felt. In the other good sight heavenly domain, bearing tree heavenly domain, and earth axis heavenly domain, no particular power is felt, likely because they have no rulers. In good sight and bearing tree, light flickers faintly, while in the earth axis heavenly domain, only the aura of corpse mountain blood sea lingers. Sensing the entirety of Mount Sumeru, my lips part. It's vast. This world is truly immense. The space of chaos between the heavenly domains. And the strange world outside Mount Sumeru. All of it converges, striking my mind with a suffocating sense of overwhelming existence. Though I perceive Mount Sumeru as a whole, it feels like I'm merely gazing at the mountain from afar. I can only barely sense the vast presences of the governing immortals, unable to grasp any finer details beyond that. What I do know is that even this rough sense is enough to leave me breathless at the sheer scale of this world. 9 universes form the world, layered together with the true immortal realm, all of them merge together to draw an inverted cone. What a spectacle! I feel somehow crushed beneath the sheer scale of Mount Sumeru. Simply beholding its size, I can't help but think, it's beautiful. But that isn't all. Shiver. A foreboding. I turn my gaze to the bottom of Mount Sumeru. Ha! Ha ha ha! Why did I only sense Mount Sumeru after entering the lightning sacred sea, and not within the sun and moon heavenly domain? Perhaps it was due to an instinctive sense of foreboding. And now, I understand the source of that instinctive unease. The upper part of Mount Sumeru. That is, the lower section of the mountain, near the circular surface of the inverted cone, is where the twin holding, earth axis, bearing tree, horse ear, good sight, elephant nose, and earth boundary heavenly domains lie. The middle part of Mount Sumeru. That is, the midsection of the mountain, in the middle of the inverted cone, is where the Heavenly King heavenly domain resides. The Heavenly King heavenly domain alone is absurdly massive. Its size is only slightly smaller than the combined size of the other 7 heavenly domains. And then, the lower part of Mount Sumeru. The summit of the mountain, near the very vertex of the inverted cone. There lies the smallest Sun and Moon heavenly domain. The Sun and Moon heavenly domain that is significantly smaller even when compared to the other heavenly domains, seems to be the smallest because it is being pulled inward to the vertex of the inverted cone. And I see something that prevents the Sun and Moon heavenly domain from expanding. The vertex of the Sun and Moon heavenly domain, the very end of Mount Sumeru. I see what lies there. Single quote ... I see. Letting out a low hum, I fully grasp the concept of above and below that I felt in the true immortal realm. Above, in the true immortal realm, is the heavenly sky, where the governing immortals reside. And below, in the true immortal realm, a place brimming with ominous dread, where it feels like falling would mean complete annihilation. The very edge of this Sumeru world. That space of Sun and Moon is. I now understand what the space of Sun and Moon I saw during my regression truly means. At the vertex of Mount Sumeru, lies the head realm. So that is the point of beginning. This entire world converges towards the head realm. The initial stage of the phenomena extinguishing mantra, the creation of the inverted cone, was about drawing out the structure of Mount Sumeru itself. In other words, the phenomena extinguishing mantra doesn't merely end with compressing a heavenly domain. It is also an immortal art of observation that maps out this entire world. As my understanding of the phenomena extinguishing mantra deepens, a strange feeling strikes me. Quote ... Wait. Come to think of it, I first discovered the starting point of the phenomena extinguishing mantra in the head realm. By converting the constellations of the head realm using the spells I learned from Cheonmin Ryong, it became the phenomena extinguishing mantra. And the phenomena extinguishing mantra is also an immortal art that observes the entirety of Mount Sumeru. Then, doesn't that mean the constellations of the head realm are observing all of Mount Sumeru? Twitch. Suddenly feeling as if the eyes of the head realm are meeting mine, I hurriedly glance towards it. Quote ... But it's just my imagination. The head realm still floats within the interdimensional void as always, its eyes rolled back. Yet even though its eyes are turned inward, I let out another low hum. Whether the eyes are rolled back or not. Regardless, the head realm is observing all of Mount Sumeru. That much is certain. Quote ... Hong Fan. Yes, master. Bring golden shaking bird. I want to leave for another heavenly domain as soon as possible. I no longer wish to linger in this Sun and Moon heavenly domain, where that ominous head realm exists. Wanting to escape even a second sooner, I order Hong Fan to fetch golden shaking bird. Now, I finally understand why despite there being plenty of true immortals in other heavenly domains, only Blood Yin and Golden Shaking Bird remained in the Sun and Moon heavenly domain despite Yang Sujin's ring finger blocking its entrance. No true immortal wants to set foot in this ominous edge of Mount Sumeru. In this Sun and Moon heavenly domain where the head realm resides. Translator notes. 3,000 great thousand worlds, 3 heavens great thousand worlds. The Hanja was finally revealed. I translated it as 3,000 previously because the Hanja wasn't given and I didn't want to reveal it before it was properly revealed in the story. Plus, 3,000 great thousand worlds is an actual Buddhist concept and the actual meaning of the term without the change in Hanja. Chapter 589, Mount Sumeru 2. Have you made your decision, Golden Shaking Bird? Quote ... Yes, let us proceed. However, to use the Great Desolate Path, mustn't at least a true immortal level spirit operate it? I nod. Don't worry about that. The original of the Great Desolate Path. This is Young Sung's split soul. If that's the case, there shouldn't be a problem. But I don't intend to use it. Quote ... What? Become the main soul of the Great Desolate Path. Then, I'll go meet him and bring him right to where you are. At my words, distrust flickers in Golden Shaking Bird's eyes. To be exact, she was already somewhat distrustful of me, but now that distrust has deepened even more. However, I have no intention of backing down. It was the same in my past life. When I tried to move from the Bearing Tree Heavenly Domain to the Good Sight Heavenly Domain, it took an unnecessarily long time to reach the teleportation formation zone set up by Radiance Hall. If I embed Golden Shaking Bird's spirit into the Great Desolate Path, I can bring Jaeon Myung-hoon here right away and show him to Golden Shaking Bird. That way, I'll be able to move to any heavenly domain in the future. There would no longer be any need to painstakingly search for teleportation formations. But Golden Shaking Bird glares at me and growls. The reason I treated the Distinguished One as a senior brother is because the Distinguished One learned extinguishing divine tribulating heavens. The formula of extinguishing divine tribulating heavens, written in a language of another world, cannot be learned unless personally taught by Master. However, this is the first time I am seeing a senior brother like you. To be honest, I can't even believe that Master has been resurrected. That is why I cannot fully trust the Distinguished One's words. Quote. If I become the main soul of the Great Desolate Path and, as you say, Master has truly resurrected and uses me to come back, then of course, it would be an unparalleled joy. However, once I become the main soul of an immortal treasure, especially one as high grade as the Great Desolate Path, breaking free with only my own strength would be extremely difficult and agonizing. Moreover, if after I undergo immortal treasure transformation, you refine me using Young Sung's split soul, then I would be completely bound as your immortal treasure. Wouldn't someone of your level be able to resist when they become an immortal treasure? Honestly, I am not confident I could resist an upper immortal at the level of the Distinguished One. In any case, since I have no way to resist if the Distinguished One deceived me, I cannot accept the Distinguished One's proposal. Does the Distinguished One have any proof that you are not deceiving me? Proof? If I show you proof, will you comply? It must be convincing proof. Fine, I'll show you, then. Wo Wang, I connect to the 5 Tanghua paintings that followed my spirit from the previous cycle. If I take out Jaeon Myung-hoon's Tanghua, it will resonate with the Jaeon Myung-hoon of this timeline. After all, this Tanghua contains a portion of his fate. Golden Shaking Bird will understand why the fate within the Tanghua resonates. She will immediately realize that Jaeon Myung-hoon has been resurrected. All I have to do is show her the Tanghua. Here, look, Pot. I naturally move the Tanghua paintings within my body. And just as I try to take out Jaeon Myung-hoon's Tanghua in front of Golden Shaking Bird, opening a dimensional gate to my internal world. Wo Wang, what? The 5 Tanghua inside my internal world. The moment they come into contact with the energy of the outside, they rapidly resonate, then shoot out beyond my body at a speed that transcends light. Before long, the 5 Tanghua scatter in different directions as if they have their own will, passing through the outskirts of the underworld. I try to grab them, but the Tanghua have already passed through the deeper depths of the underworld's outskirts, making it impossible to grab them recklessly. If I force it, I might end up falling into the underworld myself. I dumbly watch the Tanghua escape. Golden Shaking Bird failed to sense Jaeon Myung-hoon's aura as the Tanghua flashed past at a speed that transcends light. Quote. What was that just now? It passed by so fast that I couldn't tell. Can you call it back? Quote. I try to summon the Tanghua paintings back, but they don't budge at all. I know exactly where they have gone. Damn it, they flew off to the enders of this life. They've probably attached themselves to them by now. Oh heavenly venerable of the underworld. Just why did you give me something like this? I mutter in a low voice. Quote. That, one of those that just flew off holds power related to your master. Did you sense it? Didn't I say it was too fast to sense anything? Arg. Regardless, I've shown you proof. Because it's a power tied to your master, it got pulled towards where your master is. How is that proof? Is it right to shove it to me as proof when I couldn't even recognize it? You're the one who didn't see it, so why are you blaming me? Am I some upper immortal? I'm a thunder beast who barely managed to cling to true immortality. What do you want me to do? The more I talk to Golden Shaking Bird, the more irritated I feel. I didn't expect the Tanghua to immediately escape from me like that. On top of that, I want to get out of this sun and moon heavenly domain, where that ominous head realm lies, as soon as possible. The constant bickering with Golden Shaking Bird is giving me a headache. I glance towards the direction of the head realm. Even just looking at it feels ominous. No, is it because my senses have deepened? A horrifying, chilling sensation that I hadn't felt before now creeps all over my body. Damn it, even though I've become a true immortal, no. Maybe it's because I became one. Just staring at the head realm makes me feel like I'll go mad. Listen to me, Master, are you alright? I realize I'm suddenly glaring at Golden Shaking Bird with spiritual energy dripping from my mouth like drool. Damn it, I know it myself. My temper is getting volatile. Just by expanding my senses within the lightning sacred sea and perceiving the head realm, I'm like this. If I had spread my senses inside the sun and moon heavenly domain, I might have truly gone mad from the head realm's poison. Listen to me, this is your final warning. If you don't, I won't hesitate to take extreme measures to escape the sun and moon heavenly domain. Ha, do as you please. I've made myself clear. Unless I see Master in person, I will not believe you. If I use Young Sung's split soul, I'll have to return to the sun and moon heavenly domain to come back to the lightning sacred sea. Master's great desolate path is, from the start, an immortal treasure meant for urgent escapes. Honestly, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be any issue if you just use the teleportation formation created by Radiance Hall. Quote. This is going nowhere. I want to escape. I want to escape. So that's it. Those Tangwa paintings. The moment they left me, the madness began surging rapidly. Those Tangwa also serve to protect my mind within the sun and moon heavenly domain. I instinctively understand that the existence of the head realm isn't all that different from the heavenly venerable of the underworld. Just as gazing directly at the true body of the heavenly venerable of the underworld requires at least the realm of a great net immortal, the same must apply to the head realm. To observe the head realm without issue, one would need at least the realm of a great net immortal. I am certain of it. With the senses of an upper immortal, I sense the true immortals within the sun and moon heavenly domain. The sword spear heavenly lord is currently wandering the bright cold realm. If they are inside the bright cold realm, it should be fine. Even if I use my power, I won't get caught. Goo. The mist of filling the heavens governing view surges forth. Filling the heavens governing view is the history of my failures, and an immortal art that enforces failure. In other words, it is a massive clump of misfortune. The mist of filling the heavens governing view condenses, forming the dark cloud of extinguishing divine tribulating heavens. The powerful extinguishing divine tribulating heavens engulfs the entire lightning sacred sea, taking control of it. Golden shaking bird hurriedly flies to the 100th floor of the lightning sacred sea, where the great desolate path lies, and tightly seals just the 100th floor with extinguishing divine tribulating heavens. I cannot defeat you in battle, but I can at least protect this great desolate path from you. Even if it is you, I have managed the lightning sacred sea for 120,000 years. There is no way you can break through the one floor I defend with extinguishing divine tribulating heavens. Quote. Ha, do as you wish. Kururum. I let out a dragon's roar, my body writhing as I exit the lightning sacred sea. Inside the lightning sacred sea, the extinguishing divine tribulating heavens I had spewed out lingers, placing the entire lightning sacred sea within my grasp. Goo. Outside the lightning sacred sea, I reveal my main body. Goo. Ooh. With my front claws and tail, I grip the entire lightning sacred sea and begin exerting force. Gwog. And then, Kuguk. The lightning sacred sea, wedged within the dimensional rift, begins to shift. I can feel golden shaking bird panicking. What are you doing, you lunatic? So this isn't enough, huh? Behind me, the form of the three great ultimates emerges. The three great ultimates is a bowl. What I fill it with and how I wield it is solely my will. Recalling Hyeon Emu's advice, I pour the authority of the history pathway and the immortal Tao of repentant enlightenment into the three great ultimates. The three great ultimates shine brilliantly, beginning to boil over. Then, I overlay the wheel on top of it. Cooing. This is. The moment I summon the wheel, I understand. Something has changed. Unlike before, the three great ultimates and the wheel are no longer clumsily overlapping. The wheel encircles the three great ultimates, absorbing the light it radiates while emitting a gentle starlight. The wheel absorbs so much light that, for a moment, the three great ultimates appears dim. A darkened three great ultimates at the center of the wheel. It is the moment that symbol rises behind my head. This is. Goo. The entirety of the sun and moon heavenly domain starts to tremble. Damn it. The sword spear heavenly lord within the middle realm has noticed something wrong. I didn't think it'd be strong enough to shake the sun and moon heavenly domain. Maybe this is my fault. I seem to have underestimated the authority at the peak of Great Net Immortal too much. Ooh, sensing the anomaly in the lightning sacred sea, something familiar flies towards me from afar. I feel like I'm breaking out into cold sweat. Sword-guided star rain. It is the sword spear heavenly lord's decisive move. Sensing that decisive technique, I pour out all my strength, exploding the power within my body. Kurururum. My immortal beast true blood explodes, granting me the full authority of an immortal beast. With it comes transcendent brute strength that floods into my arm. Ku-du-du-du-duke. The ring finger of Yongsu Jin, which had been wedged into the entrance of the Sun and Moon heavenly domain, starts to move. Why, you're insane. Stop. Stop it now. What are you doing? What in the world are you doing? Golden Shaking Bird trembles violently, panicking on the 100th layer. Golden Shaking Bird, stricken with fear at my power, trembles violently on the 100th floor and is seized by convulsions. But I, half consumed by madness due to the head realm's poison, laugh loudly and draw forth even greater strength. And finally, Zhejiang, the lightning sacred sea, which had been blocking the gap between the Sun and Moon heavenly domain and the Heavenly King heavenly domain, is pulled out. This can't be. It's not something that can be pulled out with sheer strength. It carries Master's prophecy. Normally, not even immortal lords, let alone a great net immortal, can recklessly pull out Yongsu Jin's ring finger. This is because the prophecy of Yongsu Jin anchored the lightning sacred sea to this space. But I am different. As long as I have the bare minimum strength, I can pull it out. Kururum. Because I have learned extinguishing divine tribulating heavens. In a way, I am also Yongsu Jin's successor. Chi. Pulling the lightning sacred sea from the dimensional rift, I swallow Yongsu Jin's ring finger whole. Golden Shaking Bird sobs uncontrollably, having a seizure, but the gap between our weight class has grown far too wide for her to resist. Convinced she figured out what I intend to do, she cries out in anguish. Master, Master, please forgive me, Master. I couldn't stop this lunatic madman from offering your relic to Radiance Hall. Please forgive me, Master. Worry not. After swallowing the entire lightning sacred sea in a single gulp, I transform back into my human form and laugh. Yongsu Jin's remains will return to his rightful successor. With those words, I glance back once. Then step towards the entrance leading to the Heavenly King heavenly domain. The moment my foot touches down, I feel the sword guided. Star rain flying from behind exploding the entrance. The sword spear heavenly lord must have thrown the decisive technique in shock, ironically, but now it means they will now have to rebuild the entrance themselves if they wish to follow. Quack! Countless rays of light brush past me, and before long, I reach a new heavenly domain. This is the Heavenly King heavenly domain. The stronghold of the Radiant's supreme deity. Kuo-o, who are you? How did you cross over from the Sun and Moon heavenly domain without notice? A true immortal, seemingly at the vestige liberation immortal level, glares at me, standing right in front of the teleportation formation of the new heavenly domain. Why hasn't the sword spear heavenly lord arrived? More importantly, is there an issue with the teleportation formation on the other side? There should be some kind of respo. Enough rambling. Where's the teleportation formation that leads to the Bearing Tree heavenly domain? I cut off the rambling vestige liberation immortal and ask. You, hurry up and speak. This immortal is in a hurry. A suspicious bastard, I see. First, since you came from the Sun and Moon heavenly domain, you will be subject to a 100,000-year imprisonment. As you are imprisoned for 100,000 years, we will examine to see if any poison energy leaks from you before deciding your disposition. We must assess if you are a true immortal, someone who could be a threat to Radiance Hall and all this pointless rambling since earlier. I cut off the true immortal's words once again and extend my hand. Quaduduke. My will turns directly into strength, gripping the true immortal's divine spirit body, which is several times larger than me. Though I grasp only the void, marks spread across the entirety of the true immortal's divine spirit body as if clenched in my hand. I'm asking you. Ku-gu-gu-gu-gu. I release my momentum, pressing down on the true immortal. No. Facing my pressure head on, the vestige liberation immortal grits their teeth before shouting. All divine spirits of Radiance Hall, hear me. A suspicious upper immortal has descended from the Sun and Moon heavenly domain. All gather and capture this intruder. Quote. Ha, I click my tongue. You could have just told me where the teleportation formation to the heavenly domain is. It would have been better for the both of us. Why insist on drinking the punishment wine? Ah ha ha, someone like you dares to mock this immortal, who is affiliated with Radiance Hall. Soon, tens, hundreds of true immortals and upper immortals in Radiance Hall will gather here. Upper immortals, true immortals, won't any great net immortals, heavenly lords, or a supreme deity descend? Hoo ha ha ha, why would we need a great net immortal to capture the likes of you? Most of them are currently exploring the outer sea or handling other crucial missions, so the majority are away from the Heavenly King heavenly domain. Ho, I smile. Do you think someone like you can overcome sheer numbers? In the prophetic battles of true immortals, numerical tactics are absolute. No matter how strong you are, you cannot stand against Radiance Hall. We have hundreds of true immortals alone. We have dozens of upper immortals, and even the renowned 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals will descend. Soon, you will be bowing your head and licking my feet. Rambling, stop your babbling, or are you reciting some kind of rambling mantra? I block the true immortal's maw with filling the heavens governing view and begin exerting strength. Kudududuk. The massive divine spirit body of the true immortal compresses. Soon, the compressed divine spirit body shrinks to the size of my fist and falls onto my palm. Quaduk. Clenching the divine spirit body with a strong grip, I speak. Even if a supreme deity appears, I have a move prepared. If immortal lords or great nets descend, I intended to escape using the realm of heavenly escape I glimpsed through Hyeon Mu in my past life, but I smack my lips. Right now, fighting multiple immortal lords or great nets would be tough. But I am more than confident in escaping. However, a Radiance Hall with none of them here, and only the likes of true immortals and upper immortals. The divine spirit body wriggles, seeming to still ramble something, but I ignore it. Golden shaking bird wails bitterly, her cries filled with resentment. You crazy madman, how will you shake off the pursuit of the upper immortals? How will you withstand their prophetic bombardments? And the 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals? Even Master, when he was a great net immortal, had to flee with his tail tucked between his legs against their joint attack. Why in the world did you create such a mess? Now, all of Master's relics stored in the lightning sacred sea will fall into the jaws of Radiance Hall. Egu. Don't worry, golden shaking bird. Facing the hundreds of divine spirits descending towards me, I take a step forward. In one hand, I hold the Northern Dipper sealing immortal flag. In the other, the colorless glass sword. A sly smile spreads across my face. One reason I charged into the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain is because it'd be the fastest to pass through it with Golden Shaking Bird to meet Jaeon Myonghoon and then move across all heavenly domains through the Great Desolate Path. But that isn't the only reason. Ever since becoming an upper immortal, power has been constantly exploding within me. It doesn't stop there. The erupting power feeds into the 3 great ultimates, amplifies through the wheel, and now feels as if it could explode at any moment. In the beginning, I wanted to test my skill and strength by charging through the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain using Heavenly Escape. But now, it turns out there are no immortal lords in the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. In that case, there is no need for Heavenly Escape. Which leaves me with only one thing left to do. The level of a great net immortal Yongsu Jin. If it's the current me, I can fully overpower it. Glancing around at the true immortals of Radiance Hall beginning to swarm towards me, I smirk. Countless prophetic stars are born, aiming to suppress me. But I pay no mind and step forward, drawing out my power. Immortal beast authority. History repetition. A figure from within filling the heavens governing view rises. It is a figure from my past life. The connections that caused the failure of my Radiance 10 Heavens formula. It is the figure of Inyi. Now I understand. The true method of wielding the wheel, a part of it finally bursts forth from my grasp. Kururururung. I change back into my main body. A colossal dragon of mist, its head formed of candle flames, rises within the cosmic space of the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. I open my jaws wide, and deep within, Yi's form appears. I then begin turning the wheel. In Yi's figure, brought forth through history repetition, takes physical form under the influence of the wheel. Simply kneading history as I please is not the end of the wheel. The true authority of the wheel is, after distorting history, embedding a new branch of history within the twisted history. It is incorporating new possibilities into history. The heart of Yi of the previous cycle now manifests in this space with the impermanence sword. Using Severing Mountain, swordsmanship cedarwood, in Yi's heart is properly embedded within the mist of the canvas of myriad forms and connections. In the next moment, Jaejeong, an arrow created by Inyi pierces straight through a vestige liberation immortal of Radiance Hall who had just descended, bursting them apart. From this moment forth, my authority, amplified by the 3 great ultimates and the wheel, covers the entire world. Golden shaking bird falls silent at the sight, while the rambling divine spirit caught in my grasp trembles in sheer terror. I have made my decision. I will carve through the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain head-on and boldly make my way to the Bearing Tree Heavenly Domain to meet Jaeon Myonghoon. Shall we begin the sunlight hunting? Tukwang, shattering the immortal body of a second divine spirit in a single blow, I roar towards the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. Chapter 590. Mount Sumeru 3. I expand the senses of Earth. The plane of Qi within the Heavenly King heavenly domain enters entirely into my sensory range. Truly, horrifyingly vast. Hey, I'm asking again, where is the teleportation formation to the Bearing Tree heavenly domain? I briefly release the mouth of the vestige liberation immortal I've captured and ask the question. Do you think I would tell you that? No matter how powerful you are, there's no way you can get through this many divine spirits. You'll soon be hung upside down and judged. Never, never will someone like you make me talk. Quote. Sorry, but, as expected, they ramble on without giving me a single piece of the information I want. But it doesn't matter. Their history as a true immortal spans roughly 900,000 years. They are just a mere youngster who has only been a true immortal for 900,000 years. Perhaps because of that, it's fortunate they know little about the authority of immortal beasts. Immortal beast authority. History induction. Li Shiyu Dao. Kuriririk. The Taiji spins. At the same time, this brat's history begins to unravel. Sensing what I'm about to do, the vestige liberation immortal starts convulsing. They try everything to cover or block their past, but it's useless. History induction, one of the authorities of immortal beasts, allows me to read the desired information from a chosen target to gain wisdom. Even with the senses of Earth that reads history, not all histories can be read. Only the history of beings significantly lower in rank than oneself, or the history of beings related to oneself. However, immortal beasts are entities where history itself is power. Therefore, through existing mediums, it is possible to read the history of beings unrelated or even higher in rank than themselves. A method of reading the required history and acquiring information through firmly seizing a medium. That is the authority of history induction. For most immortal beasts, the medium is usually the energy of the plane of Qi, or the immortal Tao they control. But in my case, I see it. My medium is intent. The moment something is recalled, I can use that intent as a medium to read the target's history. It's a form of history induction that most other immortal beasts can't use, possible only because I have control over the plane of soul. The vestige liberation immortal tries to shake off my authority, but it's futile. Like how telling someone not to think of an elephant makes them think of one first. In trying to resist my history induction, they can't help but recall the information I seek. And through that intent, I read their history and discover the locations of the teleportation formations within the Heavenly King heavenly domain. Found it. Keying. After confirming the location of the teleportation formation leading to the Bearing Tree heavenly domain, I grab the vestige liberation immortal who provided the information and hurl them with all my strength. Quang. The vestige liberation immortal collides with another true immortal who has just descended, exploding. From within the explosion, I release the immortal art sun shooting into the two disoriented true immortals. Tukwang. Pierced through simultaneously by the immortal art of sun shooting, both true immortals vanish. Out of my way. Do. Swinging the 7 stars harnessing God banner, I begin to devastate the surroundings with all my might. I prophesize. In the name of this immortal, I prophesize. O star of prophecy, bind that being. Countless true immortals vomit forth stars of prophecy. But it's useless. As long as they belong to Radiance Hall. As long as they are even slightly connected to the power of light. They cannot evade the immortal art of sun shooting. The immortal art of sunlight hunting was born to deny light itself, carrying the weight of 10 million years of history. Tukwang. If I were to give sun shooting another name, I would name it this without hesitation. Radiance denial. Guangming Fu Ding. That is the true nature and authority of sun shooting. The arrows of sun shooting pierce straight through the stars of prophecy and go on to pierce the true immortals behind them as well. Yu. We cannot stand by and watch this tyranny. Gradually, upper immortals begin to appear within the battlefield. But they too are clad in the power of light. Warurururuk. In the name of this immortal, I prophesize. Scarlet flames ignite, engulfing my entire body. I see. Is this the prophecy of a heaven immortal? A powerful will reverberates from within the flames. My flames shall never part from you while within the Heavenly King heavenly domain. I prophesize. Light flashes. At that moment, a spear of light, forged from radiance, shoots across distant space-time and pierces my chest. As it drives through my chest, I comprehend the prophecy imbued within the spear of light. The first strike shall pierce you without fail. A thrown spear bound by an absolute condition. Following this, countless heaven immortals begin to launch their attacks at me. Individually, none of the attacks seem particularly threatening. But with fate woven into each strike, imbued with absoluteness and inevitability, they become terrifying assaults. I see. I comprehend the prophecy methods of heaven immortals. From heaven immortal onward, the form of the prophetic star changes. They no longer carve the future they dream into a star but directly imbue their prophecies into their immortal arts. This scarlet flame, endlessly burning my body, does not carry its prophecy within a star but within this very fire. The spear that just pierced me was the same. So, for heaven immortals, their immortal art itself becomes the star of prophecy. Of course, there are always unique ones. In the name of this immortal, I prophesize. One heaven immortal with their entire body wreathed in pale flames forms a star of prophecy. That star of prophecy grows larger and larger, then positions itself beneath me and unleashes an immense attraction force. The enemy of Radiance Hall shall not escape the star of prophecy I have cast within the heavenly king heavenly domain. Do. My body grows heavy. That star of prophecy is pulling my body. A powerful gravitational force seizes me and refuses to let go. As expected, the form of prophecy is most efficient in the form of a star. In other words, the star of prophecy is the basics, while infusing prophecy directly into immortal arts is a specialized application. But I simply smile and begin to move. Within the combined assault of countless heaven immortals and true immortals, the wheel starts to turn. Do. I revise. The immortal art impermanence sword envelops my entire body. My whole being becomes wrapped in a sharp sword. A sword is double-edged. This is the nature of the sword and a truth that all swordsmen must remember. Every swordsman, in wielding their sword, must be prepared to be cut by it as well. Quadududuke. My entire body is cut apart. As what has been received has accumulated, so too for what will be given. Chiak. In that instant, the scarlet flames clinging to me, along with the countless prophecies, scatter and vanish. Yet none of them suffer any backlash. The wills of the upper immortals shake the surroundings violently. How could this? He is using revision. Through revision, he has altered the form of our attack. That's right, I merely changed the form of the attack I received. Proof of this lies in one of the scars, where the searing pain of the scarlet flame still burns endlessly. And the reason I was able to change the form of the upper immortals' prophecies like this is precisely because the revision I used inflicted even greater pain upon me. But it doesn't matter. You call this pain. None of the attacks the upper immortals launched at me. Not a single one properly struck me. Since I have received, I shall return. As this immortal received misfortune, I shall return it as blessings. I turn around. An upper immortal engulfed in pale flames. The upper immortal, who has trained the basic technique known as prophetic star, flinches in shock. Take today's pain and use it to accumulate yourself. Retribution execution. Warurururuk. Glass true fire bursts out from my entire body. With it, an explosion erupts. Quagwagwagwong. The entire expanse of spacetime collapses. Evade. And no, I can't dodge this. What is this? The screams of countless divine spirits echo throughout the heavenly king heavenly domain. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Exclamation mark exclamation mark. Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. The explosion surges. Since this is rightful retribution, no one can escape. At the same time, what I received is undeniable pain and calamity. However, since what I give are blessings, even if it is returned thousands of times over, there is no problem. What I've given is glass true fire. There will be some pain, but there is definite enlightenment regarding the immortal Tao of repentant enlightenment. It is an undeniable blessing. The divine spirits convulse wildly, letting out screams of agony. I gaze at the divine spirit cloaked in pale flames. This is a little surprising. I didn't expect there to be someone in Radiance Hall walking the same immortal Tao of repentant enlightenment as me. An upper immortal who accumulated their fundamental skills is a true immortal and determines victory solely through stars of prophecy. That must be this pale heaven immortal. Keying. At that moment, the wheel begins to spin even more frantically. The figure of Inyi grows even larger. Inyi, gripping the bow with imposing dignity, pulls back the bowstring. Behind him, the countless connections add their strength. Shoot. The voice of Ham Jin from the past life resounds. Tukwong. I continue firing, sun shooting towards the true immortals writhing in pain from the glass true fire. Tuking. Tukwong. True immortals burst apart. Upper immortals burst apart. I look at the pale upper immortal who, even in pain, endures and charges at me. As expected, A. Peer walking the immortal Tao of the mountain has perseverance. An immortal art that denies radiance. But if the power borrowed from Radiance Hall is severed, it is nothing. Zhejiang. For the first time, the upper immortal wreathed in pale flame deflects the immortal art of sun shooting. But I reach out my hand. Quaduduk. Goog. They are true words. However, I grab their face and smile. Without borrowing the power of radiance, could the likes of you even think to oppose me? Quaduduk. Kuog. Do you not realize that the only reason your prophecy worked even partially was because you borrowed the power of radiance? Do not be ye ridiculous. Kugugugugu. A star of prophecy takes root within their body. I prophesize. As long as what I have accumulated does not break, I can stand against this one. The weight class of the pale heaven immortal begins to grow. Becoming a pale giant, they try to resist me. I smile faintly. I am proud of you, fellow peer of the same immortal Tao. That is the end. I explode. Glass true fire blooms like a flower, overwhelming the pale heaven immortal. From within that explosion, I am born anew. Kuaaaaah. Roaring within the eruption, my colossal form, now thousands of times larger due to the explosion, reveals itself. Having grown so immense that I can now trap an entire stellar system beneath a single foot, I spin the wheel in the three great ultimates to their peak. Using the three great ultimates, I divine descent the power of repentant enlightenment and history, using that power to its limits. When that power is fully exhausted, I use the wheel to rewrite, pulling forth the version of myself from the past when I was filled with strength, and attach it to the history of my current self. When that power is spent again, I rewrite once more. Thus, I draw infinite power from the past, the pinnacle of unfairness. That is the authority of the wheel. I endlessly explode, rampaging wildly. Ooh, with a single sweep of my tail, a quarter of the starlight in the sky crumbles down. Once more, upper immortals from Radiance Hall descend. But they cannot withstand me now that I am fully unleashing my power. With a stomp of my forepaw, their stars of prophecy and immortal bodies burst apart one after another. It isn't merely a difference in strength. It is because my body is imbued with the immortal art of sun shooting. I tear, I detonate, I pop, I cut, I bite, I slam down. With each and every strike, constellations tremble, and immortal bodies are ripped apart. But these are beings that will eventually revive as long as their prophecies remain. So, without a shred of hesitation, I continue the great massacre across the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. Time flows on, and I carve my way through the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain, turning everything to ashes without pausing for even a moment. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and finally, on the 10th day. Ooh, quirururururung. After crushing yet another divine spirit charging at me, I spot the teleportation formation of the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain in the distance and let out a deafening roar. I am almost there. It's just when I think so. Kugugugugugu. Beyond the teleportation formation, immense presences begin pouring out. Ahaha, are you the last ones? The powerful immortals of the 33 exalted. They seem to be the so-called 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals or whatever. Each one is a being on the level of an upper immortal. But I am not afraid. Upper immortals, no matter how many gather, none can rival me as I am now. That's what I thought. Chiok, 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 ... Huh, the 33 exalted upper immortals all join their palms together. Wu Wang, they draw a circular formation. Along with it, a very faint image of the black snake biting its tail settles into the formation they've drawn. Wait, this isn't it. The moment I see it, my mind, which has been gleefully wielding violence and authority, turns cold. This isn't it. This is truly dangerous. I can't see the future. Literally, the celestial energy is no longer readable. It feels as if the plane of fate has been completely sealed off. A pitch-black darkness world where nothing exists. That is the celestial energy now before my eyes. Keying. The next moment, light shines down on me. Quote ... exclamation mark quote. First comes the 5 elements. Lights carrying the attributes of heat, heaviness, growth, cold, and sharpness sweep across my entire body. Next is the 5 blessings. The blessings and misfortunes of the 5 blessings and 6 extremes become a misfortune that traps me. This is the flow of prophecy of Radiance Hall that Blood Yin spoke of. Prophecies that pass through various omens, examination of doubts, 8 paths, royal perfection, and once again return to the 5 elements. Those countless prophecies twist and intertwine, forming bars of radiance that imprison me. Before I realize it, the surrounding environment has changed. This place is a new energy, a new constellation. I feel a chill spread through my entire body as I understand what they've done. Heavenly domain. That's right. Their prophecies have become the bars that imprison me, and these interwoven and tangled bars have created a small heavenly domain that confines me. Despite calling it a heavenly domain, its size is not that large. It is no bigger than a single galaxy. Yet, this is clearly a miniature heavenly domain, one that looks like a compressed version of the Heavenly King heavenly domain. There, the beings known as the 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals raise the form of a black snake biting its tail and all point at me without emotion. Immortal art. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. The will of the treasure immortals resounds. Light speed enforcement Guangsu Changji. What is this? My power is heavily restrained. Soon, one of the treasure immortals hurls a spear of light toward me. The spear of radiance flies towards me at literal light speed. But for beings at our level, the speed of light is slow, so I try to calmly dodge. That's when it happens. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Quatching. No matter how I move, I can't escape the speed of light. All I manage to do is barely twist my body and let the spear of light graze past my flesh. This is, I see, it is an immortal art that forces all beings within this place, that can't be determined whether it is a barrier or a heavenly domain, to be bound to the maximum speed of light. From now on, within this space, I can only move at the speed of light. Wu Wang. I try to unfold the ground shrinking using attraction force, but it's as if all the attraction force within this small heavenly domain belongs solely to them. As the treasure immortals cast their will, the attraction force slips from my grasp. Quote. So, some decent ones have shown up. With those words, the battle begins. Kururururung. One of the 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals seems to pull in a nearby stellar system, then hurls it towards me. A powerful attraction force pulls me toward it, but I resist with the authority of explosion, breaking free from the star system's attraction force. The true value of the three great ultimates isn't simply about unleashing brute force. Seeing the form of the black snake, my excitement fades and I collect my thoughts. Perhaps because of torn through the Heavenly King heavenly domain in a burst of madness, the frenzy has mostly subsided. With a calm mind, I focus my will. Immortal beast form, change. Kugugugek. The immortal beast's true body compresses and shifts shape. It somewhat resembles my human transformation form. However, my body remains massive, comparable to the size of Earth. My hair still burns like the candle flame of glass true fire. My white robe turns into a hazy mist that wraps around me, and from my lower back sprouts the tail of candle shadow. My fingers and toes have claws growing out of them like those of a beast, exuding a fierce aura. Now in a half-human, half-beast form, I grip the colorless glass sword and channel my mind fully into it. Immediately after, Kwang, I explode my feet, stomping off space, and charge straight at one of the treasure immortals closest to me, swinging the colorless glass sword. The glass sword, overlapped with the impermanent sword, changes its trajectory in a twisting, winding manner, pouncing on the treasure immortal. The upper half of the treasure immortal's body is cleaved clean off, and I steady my stance and accelerate my consciousness. So, the attraction force of this world is on your side. It doesn't matter. I can use explosions. And most importantly, my martial arts still remain with me. The pinnacle of martial arts I witnessed from Hyeon Mu in the past life. I unfold a fragment of that peak. In this world where time has accelerated to its limits, light fades away and only darkness remains. Yet, within this darkness world, I can clearly see the path I must take. Intent, really is an interesting thing. When one is a peak master, the optimized path is shown through the intent of murderous intent. But do you know what's funny? A first-rate master at most by the standards of mortal humans, becomes a peak master by clearly seeing their own murderous intent and discovering the optimized path. The very idea is absurd. If intent alone makes one a peak master, then what is the point of training the sword or refining martial arts? Why make any effort at all? Why not just train intent alone for hundreds, thousands of days and eventually become invincible? Now I finally understand. Intent holds neither strength nor wisdom. What has always possessed strength and wisdom is this world. And, the heart, too, is without any strength or wisdom, simply transparent. It merely transparently and purely reflects the world itself. And what is seen back after reflecting the world is intent. I become transparent. I calm my entire mind, entering no heart. In my battle with Hyeon Mu, I was outmatched in every aspect. It wasn't a matter of my cultivation falling short. Hyeon Mu simply reflected everything I had, emotionlessly. Keying, in this world accelerated to its extremes, where only darkness remains. There, my colorless glass sword emits light. This is a light that shines only for me. A light accumulated solely through my own repentant enlightenment. It sweeps away the lightless darkness world, pushing against the opponent. Why does my immortal art, the impermanent sword, possess the power of retribution? I recall the reason once more. To reflect it all, because if I can transparently reflect the entire world, and return everything that is given and taken, that would surely be true freedom. Shikong, I feel it. With this strike, one of the 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals is annihilated. I sense their bewilderment. Their distance from me grows. Within this heavenly domain, they are gods. Distance means nothing to them. In this small heavenly domain, as large as a galaxy, they instantly manipulate space and stretch the distance between me and them to the farthest ends of the domain. In this situation, where even the ground shrinking technique is unusable, chasing them is utterly impossible. But I quietly close my eyes and recall the Hyeon Mu from my past life. The sight of the sea of stars being severed by her single strike. Can I do it too? While pondering whether I can or not, the answer suddenly becomes clear. I see. From the very start, she was reflecting me. Everything she showed me in my past life was a reflection of my own potential. Therefore, if Hyeon Mu could do it, so can I. Step by step, I recall Hyeon Mu. I recall my own image contained in her movements. I can do it. Holding only that resolve, I swing the colorless glass sword. Seokong. Immediately after, I sense that most of the 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals, gathered at the far edge of the heavenly domain, are cut down by this single sword. Everything lying along the trajectory between me and them is severed. I will contain it. This infinite power, summoned through the three great ultimates and the wheel. I will contain it solely at the tip of the sword. Staring at the impermanent sword, honed sharper than anything else, my eyes gleam. Why must people strive and put in effort? Why can't one become the greatest under the heavens by polishing only their heart? It must be, because I am alive in this world. As long as I live, I must live according to the rules of this world. A transparent mirror can reflect the sky only because it faces the sky and lies beneath it. Every being living in this world must sweat under the light, ceaselessly and diligently building their mountain through effort. Only by refining and polishing everything given by the heavens, heart, intent, and all, until they are smooth and clear. Only then can something be reflected. This is the truth of this world. The only ones who could dream of becoming the greatest under the heavens by refining only their heart, would be none other than the dead. Radiance Hall detests the way of salt. But I know this for certain. While there may be no good or evil in the way of salt that builds mountains through sweat, there is something undeniable. That is the truth. The way of salt, the act of accumulating, is undeniably one of the fundamental components that make up this world. No one can deny that. Therefore, you all cannot deny what I have accumulated. The 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals, once slashed and left in tatters by my blade, begin healing themselves using the rules of the small heavenly domain and charge at me again. Do not try to deny me. Against the 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals, who try to deny me, I begin my sword dance. Chang, they enforce me to the speed of light, yet they themselves surpass it, engaging me in close combat. A clear sword cry resounds. I meet their strength with only a limited speed, while they continue to grow faster and faster. But no matter how fast they become, not a single one of their attacks reaches me. Reflect it. The immortal art of retribution reflects their killing intent more clearly than ever, revealing the answers to me. As long as they hold the heart to harm me, the retribution of the impermanent sword will always respond, reflecting the optimal answer. A true ultimate countermeasure, surpassing even the optimal trajectory that intent reveals by tens of thousands of times. This is the result when the retribution of the impermanent sword is applied to martial arts. Their speed gradually increases, but the ones who grow more flustered are not me, but them. Each time they collide with me, each time they utter a prophecy to bind me, each time they dig a trap for me, my impermanent sword grows stronger, clashing against them, their prophecies, and this very world. The enlightenment of foolish old man moves mountains is being revealed within the impermanent sword to its utmost limit. And it's when the power drawn through foolish old man moves mountains reaches a certain singularity. Immortal cultivation is repentant enlightenment. Someone begins to recite the phenomena extinguishing mantra. It is not me, yet I cannot find the one reciting it. Like tiny grains of salt gathering to form the sea. Who is it? I see the 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals trembling in utter fear and confusion. Gradually, the attraction force of this small heavenly domain reaches its peak. The attraction force of this small heavenly domain should only respond to the will of the 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals. Build mountains through repentant enlightenment. But someone's will is completely ignoring that and seizing control of this world. Ah, I see. I realize it within my sword dance. Under the attraction force that has reached its peak, the small heavenly domain begins to contract. All is one. Through foolish old man moves mountains. Through transparent reflection, has it connected. I recall my master's teachings. That immortal arts is ultimately about connecting to the One. Building a mountain of salt is perhaps the fastest way to reach the heavens. I finally realize who is reciting this mantra. It is my canvas of myriad forms and connections. It is my history. The mountain of repentant enlightenment I have accumulated now opens its mouth and recites the phenomena extinguishing mantra in my stead. Before I knew it, I began reflecting the entire world. And because I reflect even myself, the history that has been reflected began to open its mouth. What happens when a mirror that clearly reflects all things turns to reflect itself? The mirror reflects another mirror, connecting endlessly. Yes, it connects infinitely. Flash, the small heavenly domain contracts around me, who dances the sword dance of foolish old man moves mountains. The world narrows, grows hotter, and begins filling with light and heat. The 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals fight back with desperate strength. They attempt to manipulate the laws of the heavenly domain through the faint form of the black snake biting its tail, but it is futile. Because the act of accumulating is a fundamental component of this world that no rule can alter or ignore. I finally halt my sword dance and half open my eyes. The endlessly unfolding sword dance ceases, and the tip of my sword now lingers at a certain place. It is the very spot where I had first begun my sword dance. At last, I understand. So this is it, the perfect circle that Hyeon Mu had once shown me. Today, I have succeeded in drawing that circle. The moment I realize this, the small heavenly domain, compressed by the phenomena extinguishing mantra, shrinks into a single point, turning the 33 heavenly resplendent treasure immortals within into nothing but a dot at the tip of my sword. From within that dot, the piercing screams of the treasure immortals echo. Tune. After hurling the compressed treasure immortals and their small heavenly domain far into the distance with a flick of my sword, a clear laugh escapes me. I am now completely free from the madness of the head realm, and through today's events, I have fully internalized the enlightenments I gained from my past life and gathered all the fragments of my martial arts and authority, making them completely my own. Thank you. I offer sincere gratitude to this world that allowed me this enlightenment. To the Heavenly King Heavenly Domain. To Mount Sumeru. Even to the black snake biting its tail, the very symbol of the radiant supreme deity, that briefly quelled the madness of the head realm. It is gratitude from the depths of my heart. Thus, feeling refreshed, it's when I turn to head towards the teleportation formation leading to the bearing tree heavenly domain. Tuck. Someone grabs my shoulder. Hoo-dah. Turning around, I see the sword spear heavenly lord. Hello, Kukwik. I am split in half and killed.